again I reach my hand into a world repeating on end. Though it's dark, good my tears carve a path and lead me right to your heart. Like a rose that blooms and grows inside my chest, your name's all it knows. Is this fate? 'Cause every day I pray that right here by your side I can stay. I'll gather these fallen flowers, the hope discarded and broken, and I'll join them where they can lead, or wish together I'll set them free. Holding up the light within with no hesitation, to give you a future is all I wanted. Hold me tight through these dark, endless nights, screaming till the morning light. On the broken down ideals, and one day they will heal. With every step they will form the future. I'll hold tightly to this special bond that we share. I'll follow you anywhere, carrying onward, bearing this miracle. Once again I hope I can regain the warmth I know that's ahead, and I pray these fake feelings will fade as the world starts to blur away. Even if I lose my grip and set this question free from my lips, I know I won't be surprised to hear that no answer will come to the light. This wish that was born from our tears, I know it will never waver, but we try to forge on ahead. The pain is something I won't forget. We know it is sadness, never thought I could feel this, but now I know what is pure happiness. Time stops still, taking your breath away, so rip from weakness and escape. I keep screaming out to you, but I may never reach you. Still I can picture the light in your eyes. Tell me what makes you feel so afraid that you try to hide your heart away. If only you
All right, let's get into it. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to more Fate. Thank you, Amelie, for the nice cover. How are we all doing today? She really did a good cover of that song. How are we all doing? You know the drill. Like with yesterday, we are back again with some good old Fate action with the remastered. We should be getting done. As we were going over yesterday, I believe we are on the 13th day of the Fate route, which has been our entire journey. And if you are curious about when or to see all of our journey, we have a playlist on the channel, so go check it out. But we should be pretty much done either next week or the beginning of the following week. Like, if we push through tonight with day 13, let's say we get that done, there's only 2 more days left, apparently, for the game. Now, to be fair, I don't know how lengthy the last day or 2 are going to be, but more likely than not, yeah, if we truck through today, let's say Monday next week, I'm not going to set that in, but let's say Monday, and then Tuesday, we could be done Fate remastered next week. And then we can move on to a new game series, let's say as early as maybe that Wednesday, but probably the following week. And then we can do our whole new schedule, as I've been mentioning. We can move forward and have plans with that. So that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. I'm going to definitely try and truck through day 13 today. So that's going to be our main goal for today. Just trying to see if we can get that done. That way we have a good precedent going forward next week. And then, yeah, we will be slowly getting to our new plan today. Once we are done Fate Remastered, I'll put up a poll for you guys on the channel on what game series we're going to do that's going to be like, okay, this game right here, week in and week out, we're playing that and that alone consistently, and then the other days that we're playing games, it's just going to be like, all right, what we feel like. What we feel like. That's going to be the main gist right now. I have a couple of ones that we could do, but of course, it's going to be for you guys to decide. It's going to be up for you. But the leading choices right now, which you could give me more if you comment below on this stream and any other streams in the future, yes. The main leading ones that I'm thinking is A. Hold on, let me bring them up. So we have. Oh wow, that's such a small picture. Are you better? Yes. Okay. Perfect. So we could do A, God of War Ragnarok. And then let's say B, which is something I definitely want to get to. I don't know if it will be the most exciting for people, but I want to try and get to it. And that is option B, Final Fantasy VII. The original. One, because it's all the way done, and the remakes are not. But then two, I kind of want to experience the classic story arc of this generational game series right here. Mainly this one in particular. I know there's, what, like 15 of them now? 15, 16 of them? Something like that, but it always seems to more or less come back to this one in particular, so I need to experience it. And as a Kingdom Hearts player, I have to know, oh, where does Cloud and Sephiroth get their whole story arcs from? They're not just Donald and Goofy victims? Really now? Oh. Sora's not gonna just do fucking, oh my god. I don't know my Kingdom Hearts magic. Hold on. Fake fan right now. Let me get my, help me. What kind of magic in Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts magic. List. Let's see what we got. We have. Help me. Here we go. Vortex. Yeah, like I cast a fucking vortex on him with goddamn with Donald, and then just obliterate Sephiroth or something like that. I would like to know the lore, the actual lore of Final Fantasy VII. I kind of have a brief idea of what Final Fantasy VII is about. The overall connective to the other games, no idea. But I kind of have a general gist, I think, of what it's about. And some spoiler events from it, so it's not like I'm going to go into this completely blind. It has been out for, what? How long has Final Fantasy VII been out for? No. Bro, 1997. This is before Inception. This is before me, the greatest. Oh, no. Good lord. Yeah, so it is what it is. I'm not going to be completely spoiler-free. I know some things, but I want to get to it. So that's option B. Option B. Option A. Option B. And I at least have one more option that I'm debating on doing, and I'm like, okay, this may not be the most interesting for most people, and I totally get that. What I at least want to do is try to make sure that the game that I will be choosing is going to be some high-octane action. And, not just visual novels. Even though I didn't mind going through this visual novel. I thought it was fun. I thought it was neat. But I understand that it's not the most riveting of gameplays. But, something I definitely would like to get to, because it is a new game that I want to do. And, I'm, of course, finishing up this. It only feels appropriate. Hold on, let me see. Can I get the... No, I can't get the picture over here. Damn it. All right. I'm kind of curious on its gameplay. I'm kind of curious on the style and story events. But option C, right now, people might be upset by it, but that's okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Fate Samurai Remnant, the new Fate game. And no, it's not a visual novel. You, in fact, I think, are going to do stuff like the other kind of games. So that might be option 3. I'll at least have those 3 options on here. We will probably have a 4th option if you want to drop a suggestion that I should play. Go ahead. If you're going to say Silk Song, don't bother because I've just started the base game. Like, what day was it? Hold on. What day did we actually do Silk Song? Or not Silk Song, but Hollow Knight. Excuse me. Yeah, I did that 4 days ago. I did that 4 days ago. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm blocking myself. Whatever. Let's... Yeah, there we go. 4 days ago. So it's like, we just started. So I don't know if I'm like locked in enough to be like, yeah, let's do Hollow Knight. I'm like, it's all right so far. I'm gonna definitely keep playing it, on stream for you guys, but I don't know if it's gonna be one of the options. But if you want it, if you guys genuinely want me to play through Hollow Knight, I'll do it. I could put it on the poll, but only if you guys really want to. But yeah, so those are the 3 options I'm gonna do. There's probably gonna be one more option, whether it's gonna be another thing I come up with or one of your guys' suggestions, whatever it is. It will be on the list for you guys to decide, and we'll go from there. And in the future, of course, for guys who are like, oh, what about the other Kiwami games? Yes, we're going to get to the other Kiwami games. I want to get to Black Myth Wukong too. I have like other games like that I want to try and get to, but one step at a time. One little journey at a time. But all right. So I just want to go over that first. But now we're going to get into the real shit. So, all the people who don't know, please subscribe to the channel. We have a lot of cool games like those coming up soon. We have other read-throughs coming out soon. We're going to try and finish up JJK. We'll probably get to the JJK sequel series that's out. We'll try and get to that whenever we're caught up. We're going to get back into Welcome to Demon School. I'm debating on when I'm trying to figure out how to get back into Kingdom. That's going to be a thing. Korean stuff, we're going to try and get into some webtoons. There was that one that someone recommended me. What was it? Let me see. It was like Real Estate webtoon. Yes, the greatest estate developer. There was just some weird facial reactions. And I'm like, all right, maybe we can do that. So we're going to try and step into the Korean webtoon scene. When it comes to our watch throughs, we are going to be finishing up Down and Dawn Season 2 this Saturday, so please come by for that. But we're also going to try and step it up and have a little bit more variety, where we're going to have multiple series within a given stream. So like, we're not just going to watch one series. We'll do, let's say, coming up is One Punch Man Season 3. We're going to watch it. It's going to be rough. I ain't going to be happy. I want to be happy. I know I'm not going to be happy, but we'll watch that. I haven't gotten tickets to see Demon Slayer, so whenever it comes out, let me actually see. Has anyone done the Straw Hat Luffy style? Has anyone, decide to be a lad and lady? Let me see. Oh, brother, which one is it? I think it's this one. It's the Infinite Castle one, right? Let me see. Is this gonna be ass? Is this like a bootleg cam recording? Oh, brother, it is. Oh, brother. Oh, ew. No. All right, so it's not out yet. So no yo ho ho action was done yet. Sad. Damn. The fuck is this? I don't know what the hell that is. All right. But, we're going to try and do that. Try to step up our game a little bit more with a little bit more variety. We will get back to the movie stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to do this one robot one, but it's like, I need, like, a certain setup for the thing to work, and it goes through Disney Plus. And I'm like, I don't know if I can get that to work on here, but we'll try and step it up. So movies are definitely going to be happening. October's coming up. I have plans for October. We are gonna do some themed video game streams. Some of that. It's gonna be interesting. We'll see how that works out. I have a couple suggestions there. So not only will we be doing the suggestions that I just set out previously, but we are gonna have some themed games that we're gonna be doing for Halloween or the month of October. I'm not gonna claim to beat them all. I just kind of want to experience some of them, only because want to try and be a little bit more of a variety for this time of the month. It feels right. It feels right. So let me see. For example, what is it called? Do they just not have I guess it's not. Is it thriller or would it be horror? I mean, horror has never been one of the ones I've personally been interested into, but again, depending on what we have available, what is on sale too, which would be nice. We're gonna do some of these games. Let me see. No, is there no thriller or horror tag? Huh. Let me see. Oh, typed that in wrong. All right, what we have? We could do. Let me see. You know what? Fuck it. Let me see. I have never played any of these games either, but we could do. Let's say Resident Evil. I've never played that game series either. We could do that and see how that works out. Let me see. Oop. Can I? Oh no, I have to. Really? All right, hold on. I can't view this without entering some information, which I think that's a little ridiculous. But the original Resident Evil is only a couple bucks right now on fucking Steam, so I might just do that. Is this remastered now? Are the visuals up to date and stuff? Because if so, yeah, we'll definitely do this. Yeah, we can do Resident Evil. Some of these other games too. Let me see. What's the other one called? Silent Hill. Let's see. Silent Hill? No? Is it just... So wait, is it just Silent Hill F2 and Homecoming? That's it? Is there no, Is there, no... No, okay. Why did I not bring up the search history before? Alright, whatever. So, I don't know what would be... Why are there actually... Hold on. How many Silent Hill games are there? There's Silent Hill... Okay, so I think Silent Hill F is the newest one. 2, Homecoming, Dead by Daylight Silent Hill. I'm going to say Silent Hill Homecoming's probably the first one. So we could do that. Yeah, we could do some interesting ones. But yeah, we're going to try and do a little bit more theme stuff for the Spooktober and see how that goes. Letting everyone know right now, if we do decide to do anything, spook, for real, I'm going to muscle through. It is not something that I'm a personal fan of, but hey, again, for you guys, we'll do it. For October, we'll do it. And again, I'm not going to probably beat a lot of these games, but just for the fun of it. We'll do them. All right. But yes, let's get into this. We're going to muscle through. We're going to try and get day 13 done. So where we left off yesterday, we just finished day 12. I was actually kind of not too far off from last week from getting it done, but I just didn't realize it. But we got a lot of cool character stuff. More insight into what's going on with Saber. Why is she just so more emotive than she was previously? Especially now that we literally have a scene-by-scene comparison or moment that was very similar, and now she's completely flipped her personality. Why Why and how is that happening? I have my idea that because we shared the drink, please. There we go. Because we shared the circuitry stuff, the magic circuits between her and Shiro, she siphoned them off, but the process maybe unlocked the hidden human aspects that were kept away because of the Excalibur. Not Excalibur. Was it? The selecting sword. That's not Excalibur. It's actually a different sword. But the sword that she pulled from the stone and that made her not age, but at the same time, I think it also gave her like almost inhuman qualities. Actually might be in here. Arthur became king after drawing a sword upon whose blade Merlin the Mage had inscribed the words, "Those who pull the sword from the stone is King of England." From there on, countless stories of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. I thought they said it right here. Excalibur is not... Yeah, there we go. His famous sword, Excalibur, is not the Sword of Appointment. It is a sacred sword that Arthur received from the Lady of the Lake under Merlin's guidance after the Sword of Appointment was lost. So the Sword of Appointment, they mention here as well that... Let me see. Arthur, as his own son, raising him until the day they draw the Sword of Appointment. Yes. The Sword of Appointment is the selecting sword. It actually has its own name. I'm pretty sure it's called, like, Calibrim. Actually, might be in here. Yes, right here. Calibrim, the golden sword assured of victory. This is actually what Shiro actually pulled out. I didn't realize that last time, but yes, this is what Shiro actually makes in his mind. So it has different meanings and different abilities than the actual legendary Excalibur. But this one made her like non-human by becoming King of England. And then Excalibur she got later. But maybe through the magic circuitries of Shiro, even though she's a servant, because she had that link with him to get magical energy to reflow into her, but through a human circuitry, because of that, I think she might have become slightly human. She's also maybe absorbed some of Shiro's mannerisms and stuff, but also at the same time maybe reawaken what was buried deep away. So some kind of combination of that, and that's what's going on. Like, why is she being so, you know, more personable? There we go. Speed that up a little bit. Like, why is she just so shy? She's more curious onto what Shiro's doing and all that kind of stuff. I think that's what's going on. That would be my best guess. I don't know if there's going to be another reason for it. Like, oh, she's just had to slowly chip away at her, and now she's finally, you know, engaging more, oh, God, what's the right word here? More teen girl-like? I don't know. Either way, it's interesting. And then we also got some Rin stuff as well, saying like, hey, basically, I got nothing really else to teach you, just some fair warning. Cooler with the projection magic. It's powerful, but at the same time, very costly and can be very volatile against you. But of course, Shiro, our dude, is like, I'm still going to do it anyway. And I think he probably does have a way to make it work in a way that she thinks that it won't work. Like, if you take strengthening magic, stack it onto the projection magic of the sword, Calibrim, I don't see why it shouldn't combine together and maybe last a little bit longer. Even she says herself, like, with projection magic, at most, it won't even last a day. That's fine. If he can make it last an hour, that's all he needs. That's realistically all he needs. Now, again, it does come with a high cost of energy, and she did say it could even backfire on him, which we haven't seen completely yet, but he was knocked out the previous day, so maybe that's like a slight little showing of be careful what you are trying to train, Shiro. We got that. Also, just, you know, Ilya being more childlike and relaxed with the gang. Very neat. And going into Shiro and Saber's more connection of, oh, hey, by the way, we're sharing each other's dreams. So you're not only seeing her dreams, she's also seeing his dreams. And she feels like they are very similar, but in a very bad way, where their kind of fastness to their goals to like a almost sacrificial standpoint, which she brings up, like, you know, is a very unhealthy mindset, which I'm glad she brings up and kind of criticizes, because I feel very strongly that unlimited blade work on the flip side is a route that really encouraged Shiro's bad habits, like his survival guilt, his devotion, self-sacrifice, you know, all that stuff to the nth degree. And it's like, I don't know if that's the message we want to send for someone like Shiro. And I think Saber calls it out perfectly here. But of course, Shiro is kind of still wrestling with the idea of like what it means to be a true hero. Each ending of a route will always have Shiro kind of have a reaffirmation on what it means to be a real hero with unlimited blade work, kind of leaning more into his bad habits, but kind of learning with Tosuga. Sakura goes on a fucking wild adventure where it's like, hey, being a hero sometimes means you gotta make tough decisions to like help people in different ways than you want to help people. And here I'm not sure, but I think the main idea is like the hero of justice needs people to lean on because you can't do everything you're alone. I think that's the main idea, and I kind of like that. I kind of like that a lot more than the other two, if that's what I think it's trying to get into. All right, now we're gonna start. No more blabbing. Let's get into this. So again, we're going to go and try and get this 13th day done in this stream. So I don't know how long this stream is going to be. It could be a 4-hour stream. I doubt it's going to be a Yakuza 6-hour stream, but we'll see. All right. The sky is gray, the hill crimson with corpses. So, yet again, another Arthur dream on the Arthurian times. The heavy clouds drift away, hurtling the battle's end. Heralding, excuse me. There we go. Okay. I know the scene. I've seen it so many times now. This is the one of Saber's battles. She fought and won so many victories. Scenes like this are almost commonplace for her. It definitely made her, in her own legends, like, nah, no one can touch her. No one can touch her. When, in actuality, King Arthur, he was okay at fighting, but the main dude was Lancelot. The main dude was Lancelot. By the way, hydrate. Don't forget, take care of yourselves. Afterwards, she will return to her castle where her victory will be praised and celebrated. Then she will prepare for the next battle. There's always another battle with her. This is just life for her. It's very depressing if you asked a lot of people. And I think Saber finally is starting to realize, oh yeah, wait, yeah, that was not okay for me. It's only the one of the 12 great battles she fought. I forgot. Is it only 12? I feel like that's understating that, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. There we go. And so she does not truly... And so she does not truly remember victory so much as she accepts it as fact. Okay, that's kind of a low-key flex. I think she's misguided. I think she thinks about that for you as well. This is not a dream. It's just a cold reality. Her past that cannot be changed. Here we go. Also, again, let me know if the volume is too low. I appreciate it. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. There we go. Yep, exactly. However, I think we might have changed that in her. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many of knights. She was known as King Arthur and Altaria. Okay, so they're using that. I've heard basically three names. Obviously, King Arthur, Artoria, Altaria. Those are the main names I prominently hear. I like to call her Artoria. Artoria. I think that just feels right, but Altaria, I guess, is the way that most of the canon probably wants to lean towards, but okay. She was known as King Arthur and Altaria, the life of a girl who once aspired to be a knight, changed so radically. No. She, no, was forced, that's kind of a weird sentence. No, was forced to end her life as she knew it. Might be a better way to put it. In that instant, the girl who still had such a childlike future ceased to be and became the king of knights. She acted like she was the king's son, a ruler of territories, and knights had to be male. Fate likes to play fast and loose, man. Only her father, the mage knew the king was female. So, I do at least appreciate, at least here, they're trying to, like, okay, it's reasonable to assume because of misinformation or lost information or whatever kind of thing you want to say. Yeah, not everyone knew the truth. So that's how history, from this series' point of view, can have, oh yeah, King Arthur was a female. Some other stuff in Fate, though, I swear to God, it's like, get the fuck out of here. How the hell are you doing this? This is not historically accurate. And again, they play fast and loose. Well, this is not supposed to be the history. It's supposed to be people's legends and interpretation. And it's like, all right, well, then we're just changing this up then. Because if that's the case, I mean, sure, yeah. I guess this person can just be a straight-up robot. Why not? She covered herself in iron and hid the truth for the rest of her life. I don't know why I never realized the implications until now. As much public exposure as she had, she managed to pass herself off as a male the whole time. Well, when you're kind of a cardboard, it's kind of a little bit easier. And she had armor, so. The sheer suffering she likely had to endure must have been incredible. But a simple observer could never really understand. Time passes, 10 years worth of memories as a king. And then there was only one common thread the entire time. Even when she was on the throne. Even when she was walking through the halls. Even when she was on the battlefield. Not a soul spoke to her. She was above humans, and that's also one of her main cruxes. Even the round table, filled as it was with knights boasting of their valor, always fell silent on the moment the king had appeared. So that's what it meant. She was merely tolerated as an idol. Many knights looked down on Altaria with her boyish appearance and were ultimately not comfortable in trusting her with their blades. A very different perspective now from the first flashback we got. But because she managed to draw that sacred sword that no one else could, they had to obey, even only to keep up appearances. They just accepted the disgrace, believed it would pass. Sacred sword or no, the king was merely a child because it stopped them from aging. And I thought that was supposed to be a sign of purity and whatever. Everlasting or whatever. I don't know. Even with Merlin's support, the king would surely fail eventually. When that happens, they need only take the sacred sword from her and select a new king. Oh, well, good luck with that. I mean, the history of how Arthur and Camelot came to ruin is very interesting. Not just in Fate. There's also just a lot of tellings of, like, okay, what actually happened? That's probably what most of the knights thought, but that's not how it went. The knight, only just reaching adulthood, was a flawless king. She enforced peace among the squabbling lords and fought over invaders as well. Of course, this wasn't due to the Sacred Sword's power. The Sacred Sword only protects the king. The king, on the other hand, protects their nation. And through her deeds, she was always able to maintain control of her knights. The Sacred Sword protects her only from her enemies. It does nothing to it does nothing to help her hold sway over the hearts of her subjects. True, you gotta roll fucking charisma scores for that, and she just did not do that. She worked herself to the bone to be the ideal king to all. At that point, the knight had no choice but to obey. They held their dissatisfaction for the young king in check because the king was truly perfect. She strived to be the ideal king. The only condition for the knight's support was that their king to be exactly that, the ideal king. So because they were just so outstanding, it's like, well, I guess we can't hate them. It's just, personally speaking, we just don't enjoy having them. There is no room for Altaria to be a human being. She could be a king, but only a king. Peerless knights who drew the sacred sword, who stopped aging from that moment, and who went on to win 12 great wars. The peerless knight who... Okay. The more perfect she had become, the more people swayed away from her. Again, not human enough. Humans are imperfect. As that continued, the knight grew more and more isolated. And that was who she was, until a fucking Chad came about and said, hey, what's up? But she did well. In fact, she did too well. She defeated her enemies and minimized her own size casualties. No matter the battle, sacrifices must be made. So she believed it was her duty to make sacrifices to bolster her army and to defeat the enemy without wasting lives. She would strip the resources from one village to prepare her army and then defeat the invaders before they could strike her land, saving perhaps the villages. This was the king's approach, and it provided the best strategy at that time. Well, the knights must have not been happy. To them, only the foreign invaders should have died, and only true victory is made without such sacrifices. I mean, she was being ideal. Like, hey, realistically, she was a power stopper. I'm sure people still died on her side, but considerable, like, loss of life was probably not a current issue. They only had to be like, hey, give up some food. But, like, any king in whatever nation was doing that at that time. So, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, she was pumping out great victories for her nation. But everyone's got to hate on something, huh? There shouldn't be any need to sacrifice a territory before a battle. They were going to win regardless, so the sacrifices were pointless. That's what they think, at least. there wouldn't be any sacrifices, so the king's actions were just a waste. I guess it's like the idea of like, if you're so perfect, why need to prep? It was, of course, total nonsense. Once the battle began, the knights spared not a thought for those little villages. No one thought twice about trampling villages. Protecting them was never a consideration, right? They were just saying some shit just to say shit. So when the actual time to like lock in came, they're like, oh yeah, right, villagers, whatever. The knights claim there's nothing to be done when the enemy destroys such villages, but to let them be destroyed is a great crime. So basically, oh, we can't always guarantee your protection when we're in the midst of things, but the build-up and aftermath, oh yeah, we're gonna blame our king and stuff like, ah, damn king, why the fuck you did not keep those villages safe? Meanwhile, their own knights are burning their own villages. Damn king, what the fuck? Why'd you do that? Obviously, she knew that, but a king cannot worry about their personal feelings. That's not personal feelings, though. That's like, oh, hey, like, guys, the only reason I'm taking our resources is for this reason. I'm not saying that we should not care about our villagers, especially in the moment of battle. Yeah, victory is still a victory, and we have to focus on that. But you don't regard the lives of the people that we're fighting for in the first place in the midst of it and be like, oh, you know, hey, village gotta be set on fire because some strategy or whatever. It's like, no, nope, don't do that. But again, that's another chink in her flaws as a leader. She was ideal, but not grounded enough with her people to realize this was happening. She had to kill her emotions to make her decisions, and her knights had to suppress their own feelings to obey. I mean, clearly not enough, but... And so sacrifices are made, and that string of victories stabilized the nation. Barely. Like, that thing was... From this perspective, it makes Camelot and, you know, Britannia feel like it was very much on a teeter. Like, at any moment, like, yeah, it really was going to topple over. Mainly from the actual people, and not Artoria's. Saber's side. In return, amnesty for the king grew. King Arthur just doesn't understand how people feel. So one knight was heard to say as they left the castle, what a ridiculous story. She was expected to be not a human, but they hated her precisely because she didn't have human emotions, right? She's held up to be ideal and pure, beyond that of human, but then when she's not human enough, they ridicule her. It's like, oh, well, you can't have both, man. Back to the wheat field over here. The Age of War continued. Amnesty of the knights who had been dissatisfied with the king only grew more so after that knight had left. They forced her to deal with every foreigner and domestic enemy in hopes of pushing her over the edge. Basically, they're just setting her up to fail. They're like, they just need any real excuse to like be like, see, she's not ideal, let's get her, guys. Like, okay, all right. Collapse was imminent. If these many problems confronting the nation were never resolved, it would crumble. Even if all of them were to be resolved, what awaits is more of the same. But that did not concern the king. Even should she be abandoned, feared, or betrayed, she will remain steadfast. Because she had long since made up her mind, she had abandoned her emotions the moment she decided to draw that sword. This happened long, long ago. Knights from across the nation had gathered to try to draw the sword from the stone, but none of them could do it, and the knights instead showcased their skills on horsebacks, eager to crown the best among them. They said this last time, yeah, they had like a joust that was like, all right, we'll just joust. It's like, okay. Sure. The knights had then flocked to the arena in droves, the sword and the stone laid outside forgotten. From afar, it looked more like a festival. Even in the distance, the sound of valiant cavalrymen clashing is audible. The knights clashed in the distance, and the rock lay forgotten. What was going through the girl's mind as she stood in front of the rock before she realized that an unknown mage stood behind her? Let's go, the goat. Is that not the same voice actor as FGO's Merlin? I feel like that is. Hold on. Let me hear a quick little Merlin dialogue. Let me see. FGO. Let me get some Merlin. Come forth. Yeah, here we go.
星の内海、物見の腕、楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。君たちの物語は祝福に満ちている。罪なき者のみ通るがよい。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
Maybe it is different. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe that's not the same voice actor. That actually might be a different voice actor. Now, this guy's a little too deeper. The other one was like, Garden of Avalon. Had a lot more of a lighter inflection with his voice. Okay. I thought that was. I was like, damn, that's cool that they got him all these years. But no, it might be a different person. He tries to stop her for her own good. Yeah, well, that didn't happen. So what would have been the plan then if she didn't... I guess FGO did kind of explain the plan. They kind of did. They kind of, like, said, oh, the alternative was this. Sort of. I gotta go back and do that. Maybe we'll play some FGO on stream one day. Who knows? Should humans be led by someone who's not human? Even though the idea of error could be mitigated massively. Not gone, but mitigated. I think it's the idea here. To error is to human. And I think that's what we need to and push through. That's how we grow. He also warned her that many would hate her and that she would die a gruesome death. Well, he didn't lie. He did not lie about that. She must have been terrified. The mage had showed her the future. Wow, we were already gassing up Merlin back then. He showed her the end she would meet if she drew that sword. Damn. Verbatim? Like verbatim? Oh, wow. Damn, Merlin.
Yeah.
It only made her all the more determined. Even after seeing that future, she only gave a firm nod. The mage asked again if that is what she wanted. I guess. Despite knowing how it might end. But then again, Vision did say it best. Something is not beautiful because it lasts. It's only in those fleeting moments can we genuinely appreciate what we have. She took the sword in hand. The mage looked troubled and turned away. Damn, what? I guess he wanted her to take the lance, is what he is implying, or like fate built up to, like, oh, well, you could have like this cool ass lance and shit. But, all right.
奇跡には代償が必要だ。
Mhm.
君はその一番大切なものを引き換えにするだろう。
He departed with those prophetic words. Nah, bro, stay. Help. That's right. She just wanted to protect everyone, but to do so, she had to abandon the desire to protect people, because again, that's a part of your emotions, the human instinct. She cannot protect her country as a king if she still has a human heart. But she can't understand her own kingdom if she doesn't have a heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. So no matter what happened, she will remain steadfast. She abandoned the human heart. She was willing to give up that to protect her nation. Who could have known that the girl made a noble oath?
戦うと決めた。
Come with May and hover and however might end.
それでも戦うと決めたのだ。
Even if an inevitable solitary doom had awaited her. And their end did come, the Battle of Comland. King Arthur set out on a campaign, and one of her knights usurped her throne, splitting the nation in two, sparking a terrible conflict. The legend has it that this battle brought the end to knighthood and chivalry. Oh, Lord. Even though technically King Arthur's time is before knights, if you actually look at the history realistically, it's actually more Roman stuff, but whatever. She killed every knight who once served her and invaded the land she fought to defend. All the knights who followed her were gone, and her own body lay injured and immobile. There was no one left around her, as nothing had changed. All she had in her heart was the pride of a king. So is he not in this version, I wonder? She known about this ending. Still, she believed that there was something to be gained from this failure, which is why she kept fighting without ever failing or disgracing herself. I guess so. She had no regrets. Until she had regrets in Zero. If she were to have one, it would be seeing her nation to ruin. She raised her gaze. Maybe she would be able to see her castle in the distance from this hill. She saw only the aftermath of the battle, a dense forest, a lake to which she must return. That's right. The hill she'd meant to charge over has become a wall she cannot climb. Strength had left her body. For this time, she loosened her grip on the sacred sword. And that's where it had ended. Let's see. I'm curious. I feel like we're not getting the whole story. Well, clearly we're not, but like the ending part, I mean. It was only natural that the dream would end here, since there is nothing beyond the moment in her memories. We'll see. And that is why this end cannot be rewritten. She worked so hard. She was resonant and betrayed. Nobody understood that she loved her people more than her nation. Right. The idea of not keeping the nation, but keeping her people is what mattered to her. But I guess people couldn't understand that. She came to be known as a Merciless king. From miracle king to merciless. She was never rewarded or understood. On top of the crimson-stained, sword-strewn hill, the girl sat at the edge of death, isolated and betrayed. It is definitely an interesting perspective that I feel like no other story until Fate decided to do. Like, hey, the chivalry code of honor and, you know, fortitude, blessing that Arthur tries to prevail in people. What if we actually say, like, hey, that's kind of a dumb thing to uphold because you're actually ruining a lot more things than not with it. I think that was a very bold choice to do, but an interesting choice for Nasu, I think his name is, the fucking creator. I always forget. I wake to the sound of rain. I love this morning. It's morning. I grip my spinning head and sit up. It's just before 6 o'clock. The rain patters softly outside. Actually, as I do this, let me see. I assume we still have a lot of this day to go through. Oh, I can't leave yet? Really?
今の夢は
Let me see. No, it's not letting me. It's never done that before. Huh. It's like, nah, you can't see. It's like, what? Why? Oh, there's no doubt about it. It was Saber's past. It was the end of her life a long, long time ago. Nothing can change it now. I grit my teeth. I can hear them grinding. I don't know why, but I'm just so mad. It definitely does feel like we set her up to fail. From this point of view of the Arthurian legend, it feels like no matter what, she was set up to fail and just be like a placeholder until it all came crashing down. Like, and no one appreciated the short-term stuff that she provided. Like, long-term, yeah, obviously people pointed out wisely, like, yeah, this can't really work. Short-term, though, it was good. It was good while it lasted, and no one thought to, like, praise her for that, so.
くそなんだよそれ
Just thinking about it pisses me off. Her past, the fact that she didn't think any of it. Me thinking the dream was nothing before. I hate it. I don't even understand why, but it makes me angry. Again, she told you the other night we're very much alike. Remember that, Shiro, so if you hate what the decision she made, don't repeat. I don't like it. I don't like it one damn bit. No matter how you slice it, her life is unfair. So unfair. She only wanted to help people. She wanted nothing for herself. But as hard as she worked, nobody understood her, not even at the very end. That really pissed me off. Again, don't repeat. It's just unfair. That's right. She worked harder than anyone and she doesn't even receive any reward. It's just a bunch of crap. She should have been rewarded for everything she had done. But how could that happen at this point? What just to tell her she did a good job? Do I tell her how wonderful she was? I mean, maybe not those specific words, but something to let her know, like, at least you are a living proof of someone who understood what she stood for in modern times, and maybe that's enough to give her peace. Of course not. Nothing so simple could do her justice.
答えなんて一つだけだ
What, win the Grail? Win the Grail and let everyone know of her sacrifice? That's right. If she's to be rewarded, the work she devoted her life should be repaid. Altaria needs happiness to match all the battles she fought. I'm going to call her Artoria every time that pops up.
けどそれで何を
I'm out of ideas. You didn't really have a lot of ideas to begin with. I don't have any idea on how to make people happy. So useless at that kind of thing. My entire life, I wanted to be a champion of justice. Well, all I ever did was lend a hand here and there. But maybe that's all you need to do. I believe everyone around me would be happy if I just helped people. Or rather, I couldn't face myself if I didn't believe that. Helping people and saving people are very much not the same thing. And if I don't understand the difference myself, I can't possibly reward Saber. Oh, now it lets me do that. Wow, so we didn't even... Oh, Jesus Christ. We didn't even make a dent. We didn't even make a dent into this day. Oh, boy. Okay, so this is going to be a long stream. All right, so then let me... Oh. Hold on. Nope. Let me make sure I don't log myself out. Continue. No. Okay. He did not save my place. So I think I... Damn. Hold on. I think I tripped up the goddamn thing. No. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're going to speed through. Yep. Just going to speed through. Damn it. All right. So, now I know. Now I know better. Speed. We're going to speed on through. Actually, no, I can't. Damn. All right. Well, I'll make sure I'll save there just so I have a better understanding. I didn't know it would, like, kick me out. The wheat field. The wheat field, I guess, symbolizes the days of long gone. The peace. Or a moment of human peace for her in her flashback. Sweet. Nope, Merlin, hush. Try and get back to the current time.
奇跡には代償が必要だ。君はその一番大切な
戦うときそれでも
King Crimson the shadow. King Crimson, time skip. Let's move. Get back to the present. Yep, come on. There we go.
朝になってる
There we go. All right. When we get to the point, I'll make sure I'll save. So just in case if this happens again, I have a save point.
くそ 分かってる答えなんてよさかけどそれで何を
Here we go. Here we go. All right. Now I'm catching back up. There we go, baby. All right, let me briefly save. Perfect. All right. Let's press on. I'm going to try and keep my dialogue to a minimum. That way we can speed through this. Because, again, I want to try and get this day done so we only have 2 days left, really, in the story to do. Breakfast is the same as usual. I get the sense Saber and Tosca are pretty adaptable since they've already gotten used to Ilya being here. Are we ever going to see Taiga again? I know Sakura basically doesn't exist anymore in this, but, like, damn.
残るマスターは3人。聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。
Oh, true. They don't know about they don't know about assassin. Tosca's right. There's nothing wrong with me physically, and Saber's completely healed. We should be done resting as of yesterday.
そうだな。けど行動を起こすにしてもそれは夜からだ。日が昇っているうちは今まで通りにする。
Night raids.
本気？まあ、相手の情報がないんだから闇雲に出歩いても仕方がないけどさ。じゃあ、シロは今日もセイバーにいじめられるわけ
So Saber's gonna beat you up again today. Yeah, kind of. I'm going to continue my sword training with Saber, yes. That's what we've been doing every day, and a master should always be prepared for battle.
リン、私とシロが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
いや、まあそうだな。午前中は今まで通りセイバーにしごかれるよ。
I mean, yeah, to an extent.
シロ、あなたまでそのように言われては私の立場がないのですが。
Difficult position.
あ、いや、悪いセイバー。ぼーっとしてて聞いてなかった。
ですから、リンの言いぶりは乱暴すぎるという件です。
That's our go-to.
まったく。どうしたのです、シロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし、昨日も遅くまで蔵にいたのですか
Well, that's me right now. This is the metaphorical shed. Saber may be questioning me, but there's no real bit to it. I can sense that she trusts me, which makes it even harder to meet her gaze now. If our eyes had met, I can't help but think of the scene on the hill.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。それでは今日も道場で鍛錬をする。
Interesting choice of words there. I'll put some life in your eyes.
ああ、頼む。イリアはどうするんだ？
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから外に出たくないわ。
そうか。そうしてくれると助かる。できればイリアには家にいてほしいからな。外に。
昨日みたいにお弁当作ってくれるなら一緒にいてあげてもいいよ。
That'd be nice. Seems like Ilya took a liking to the bento yesterday. I'm a little embarrassed that something so simple really pleased her, but at least at the same time, I'm glad to know Ilya enjoyed the bento I made.
なんだ。それじゃあ昨日と同じってことね。私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど、午後になったら顔を出しなさい。ちょっと話があるから。調べ物ですか？そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、昨日から竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ？まあ、残ったマスターの中で一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。使いまでもこしらえて中の様子を探ってみるわ。それでしたら探索に専念した方がいいのではないですか？無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、ま
Loves
だ
to
危なっ
tease.
かしくて放っておけないのよ。敵に殺されるのならいいけど、魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら死として面目がないでしょ。
There you go.
はい。リンの言う通りです。
Oh, now she's like, oh, well, that's a good point.
私はどうかしていました。リンの授業が必要ないなんてどうして思ってしまったのか。
There you go.
その理由は簡単だけど、まあ知らぬが花ってことで。それじゃあ午前中の鍛錬頑張ってね。そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適よ。
And with that, Tosca leaves the room.
セイバー、言っとくけど、遠坂の言い分なんて本気にするなよ。あいつはセイバーの打ち込みを受けてないからあんなこと言えるんだからな。
But she was gripped by the Zerker, so, you know. I'll tell her just in case. Thor. Welcome, Thor. No Kiwami 3. No Kiwami. I went over it earlier in the stream, but we will have hopefully a poll by next week for our next game, but there's not going to be any Yakuza on that one. Like I said, we're going to try and take a little break from Yakuza, but after we're done like the next major game that we're going to go through, once we get that done, Yakuza will probably be on the following poll. So if you want me to play, like, let's say Yakuza 1, you know what to do. You know what to do. But anyway, this is not Kiryu, but I would actually... This is like a weird fanfic, but now I'm kind of curious. Hush, Saber. I'm trying to speak. The Yakuza characters with servants would be hella interesting. I'm trying to imagine, like, not, I guess, the main cast of, like, the current Fate, like, servants, but, like, in general, like, what would Kiryu's servant be? You have your sabers, your archers, your lancers, your berserkers, your riders, your assassins, and your mages. Of the 7 main types, what would Kiryu's servant be? I feel like I want to say it's a berserker, but that might be doing him a discredit. But I don't know. Would he be a saber, though? Because sabers do have a sense of nobility to them. Maybe a lancer? Maybe a lancer. Let me see. Who else? Maybe, like, his brother, his Kyodai, Nishi. I could see Nishi probably having, like, an archer. Yeah, I could see Nishi being an archer because they're a lot more tactful, and they are very long range, and he was very gun heavy. Kuzui, Kuzui, just because he rode a motorcycle, I'm tempted to say he might be a rider. Awano, that dude. Awano might be like, Actually, Awano might be a lancer. He might be a lancer. I could see that. Shibukawa is probably either a berserker, or I could see him being also a saber in like a roundabout way. Now Majime is interesting. What Majime's servant? Majime gets weird. Majime's servant, I could see like an assassin, only because that kind of was his main role in like Zero for a little bit, like a hitman. So it could be an assassin, but I can also maybe see him being a berserker, only because he does adapt the Mad Dog title at the end of Zero. So I could see that, but I could see him rocking the assassin. I could see him doing that. I'm going to rewind and have to look. Yeah, like, the VOD will be up later. This might be a long stream, too, unfortunately, because we will be piling through. I got to get, like, a certain event done in this stream today. That way, the next 2 streams, so let's say next Monday and Tuesday, We're going to do double features again for this game. I'm going to try and plow through and get it done. That way we can actually move on to our new gaming schedule, new games and stuff for the streams and the channel. But, yeah, you can definitely go back later for the VOD to check it out. So, we'll be doing new stuff soon enough. And also, October's coming up, Spooktober. So, we will be doing some maybe themed, appropriate games for that month. Not saying I'm going to beat any of them. I'm just saying we're going to probably, test the water. Be like, ooh, this looks terrifying. New Kiwami 3 sub-story looks great. Could you imagine? Kiryu in this art style would be fucking weird to look at. But sure. Yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. A brawler? Kiryu being a brawler, like, I'm trying to see what that would add up to here. If he's a brawler, I guess that would have to mean the closest would be Berserker. But again, I feel like that does him too much of a disservice. So I would mainly probably either say a Lancer, because they are more close range combat proficient. But, he's a fisticuff kind of dude. He's a beefy boy. He's sturdy. So you kind of want to say Berserker. But fair. Bro got all the names except Auna wrong. Yo, listen, man. I'm not good with names, even after that one game. Aono, man. Aono. But Shibukawa, Kuzui. Is it not how you pronounce Kuzui? Nishi, and then Kiryu, Majima. Like, come on now. Don't give me some credit. I'm getting them kind of right. Kind of. Alright, anyway. Gotta plow through. So, if you just want to hear the lovely sounds of my voice and not understand anything that's going on right now in this little game, please stick around. And also, like the stream. Like it. Hit that like button, baby. Shibusawa. Kuzui. Nishiki. I don't know what I said wrong. Alright. Well, anyway. Gotta muscle through. I gotta muscle through this. But yeah, please stick around if you just want to hang out. But yeah, we will get to Yakuza in the future. We'll get to you in the future. It is a series that will be on the channel for a while. I mean, fuck, how many games are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's the pirate one that just came out. So, what, 6? It's like 6, like, real Yakuza stories I gotta go through. Well, there will be an abundance on the channel. One way or another. Kuza. Oh, it's Za? Not Kuzui? Okay, that's weird. But alright, fair enough. He's in one game and then never appears again. Yo, Kuza was a fucking crazy returning villain. It's just like, yo, old man, I've proven that I'm a Yakuza. I beat your ass 4 times, but everyone's like, oh my god, who do you think you are? You're gonna get fucking punched down. Our boss Kuzuha is gonna... Your boss Kuzuha is nothing, man. Nothing. Anyway. Alright. Hold on. I gotta let her beat my ass.
どうしました？食べないのですか？イリアスフィール。
There's like 9? There's 9? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we will have Yakuza for a while on the channel. Don't worry. You'll be eating. Everyone will be eating. It's going to be a good time. We just have to stretch it out so we get a little stuff here and there. But yes, Yakuza is going to come back. I promise. And in the future, if we get more available times and stuff, we can do Yakuza more often. It's just right now, we just can't. So we got to work with what I have. But much appreciated. I know you love the Yakuza streams, and I appreciate you coming out, man. Including spin. Oh, there's there's spin-offs. Oh boy. Okay. All right. You have eaten less than a third of what you did yesterday.
違うよ。こっ ちのは食べられないの。私辛いのはダメなんだ。
はあ、そう辛いとは思いませんが、この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
I'll eat your strawberry. This was Shakespearean writing. That's some sexual undertone right there. And it's not very comfortable of me saying this with Elia being, well, Elia.
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。こら、戻しなさい。それはダメです。甘いものが欲しいなら、リンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
An apple pie? Damn. You guys are feasting out here. Elia and Saber sit next to each other, bickering like two close sisters. It's just past noon. The three of us sit and face each other, eating lunch together just like yesterday. Oh, right. It's not just lunch. That's the same as yesterday. Our training today was as well. Today, though, is even more awkward. I don't know how to explain it, but something in my chest stirs whenever I see Saber's face. I find myself unable to rush at her the same in the desperation I used to. Well, I mean, that does happen when you see someone's bare body wet and naked, so it's like... It's not just me. Saber has been acting weird too. It used to be that she never let an opening go by. The last couple of days, she's just waited for me to make a move, which has meant that the two of us just kind of ended up staring at each other for a while. Oh, just kiss already, you two. Just make out already.
二人ともどうしたの？見ててあんまり面白くないよ。
Elia's criticism helped us get back into the swing of things. I managed to go after Saber, but in the end, pretty much the same. She baited aside my half-ass attack, but didn't bother countering. Right, you guys are just falling over each other, but you guys gotta be hitting each other. Since she didn't follow up, I whirled on Saber and lunged again. And was once more repelled, though she again didn't counterattack. Our lackluster session ended about 10 minutes ago. Once again, it was at Saber's suggestion that we began our lunch break. We were having the same thing we did yesterday. Sandwiches. Why do you say it like that? Sandwiches are good. I figured it wouldn't do to make them exactly the same as yesterday, so I used a few other ingredients. Everyone seems happy. Elia is excited over the colorful sandwiches, and Saber takes a deep breath, preparing for her meal. I think that's Saber's way of showing her enthusiasm. It's much rowdier than yesterday. The raining and its hardwood floor is cold, but this also feels like a picnic.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。
That's enough. If you eat like that... Okay, never mind. I'll let her speak.
シローの真似をして一口で食べるからそうなるのです。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
So sibling coded. I like this. I like this little homey kind of feeling with all three of them.
分かってないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当はね、お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。これはピクニックなんだから、こういう風にするのが本当なんだよね、シロ。
In a way, sure. Elia happily munched on a sandwich, and Saber reluctantly wipes Elia's mouth with a napkin again. This little gremlin over here was just going to, a couple days ago, kill all of us and torture Shiro. Keep that in mind. So when she's doing her, oh, this is so nice. Just remember that. She was going to go on a whole fucking killing spree the other day. Like, how how quickly things have turned when you take away, like, her assets to do that. It's like, okay, then. Well, I didn't see this coming. Saber and Elia seem to have warmed up to each other.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで？私、優しくされるの好きだよ。他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど、セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。
But Saber's pretty. The privilege of beauty.
それに、今は同じお弁当を食べる仲間だもの。セイバーが私のこと好きなら、私もセイバーのことは好きよ。
She's coming out of her shell, so that's what matters. It's just, again, it's just so fucking stark compared to before. It's like, again, she was going to kill us all, but hey, she's a very impressionable child that doesn't understand better, even though she's very intelligent. It's just the world that she grew up in, I guess. It's so simple for Elia. Saber, clearly taken aback, stares at Elia dumbfounded. Even I, just a spectator as this unfolds, am caught off guard by Elia's smile.
何？セイバーは楽しくないの？
いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨で、ここはこんな殺風景な場所で、欲しかったものは何もない。けど、いると嬉しいの。一人でいるより、ずっとずっとあったかいでしょ。なのに、セイバーは楽しくないの？
To find fun. Here we go. Once again, blush. Yo, now that she's human, or that's the idea, I think she's a lot more human, that she doesn't have to have the bared weight of a king anymore, and Shiro unlocked that for her. She blushes basically at everything. She's like super fucking like, oh my, like about it's cute. It's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to like down it. I'm just saying like, oh no, that's adorable that she's like, hold on, there we go, like this. Just a little bashful, proper words right there. She's a little bashful, proper English girl. Something in Elia's smile must have struck Saber. Saber sighs deeply and looks back at her.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
That's nice. Alright, so who's gonna ruin this nice moment? Again, we still have Castor, we still have Ku, Lancers, you know. And our golden fuck ass over there, Gilgamesh, is still out there, so something's gonna happen. I wonder how this is gonna end compared to the other two. She sounds bright. And then Saber smiles in a way I've never seen her from. I don't know why, but I'm getting emotional. Oh, excuse me. The smile was great. It was for herself and herself alone. It's not the unusual smile I see from her whenever she's protecting someone. It was a smile of sheer happiness for her and from her.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
Yeah, something good did happen. You just being you.
別に何も。って今は変な顔してたか、俺。
してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。
Oh.
遠くからこっちを見守ってますって風なの。
I guess? Sure?
そういう顔は嫌いよ。
Okay. Huh? Why? I don't understand what she's talking about, but I guess I was smiling.
まあいいことがあったからな。ついにやけちまったのかもしれない。
はあ、いいことですか？
そうだよ。セイバーは今みたいな笑顔のがいい。それが見れてよかったって。
難しいですね。 そんなことが嬉しいのですか、シロは。
Seeing you happy makes him happy. It's
だな
not something
俺
weird.
そういう顔見るんだ。
Oh, now she's not all of a sudden happy. What does that mean? Saber nods, though she doesn't seem convinced. She knows something's up. And then, I don't know what came over her, but she smiles and lifts her head.
そうですか。それでは逆ですね、シロ。
逆って何が？
That when you're happy, she's happy.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
Yo, listen.
あなたが笑っていられるなら、私はそれで十分です。
I know cats, for Rin, hearken the words of how unlimited blade work is great. And there are some soccer fans out there that are like, hey, listen, you just need some pesticide and you're all good. Nah, I never thought I would say this, but I actually am more open to Saber. Like, Saber getting to grow, because it is her route. So she gets more screen time to do so. Like, in comparison to the other two, though I've not played the visual novel versions of the other two, and I am aware that apparently the Heaven's Field visual novel version had a lot cut out of it, and then looking at the actual days, I'm like, oh yeah, wait, hold on, there's a lot of days. It's actually the longest route out of all of them. I'm like, oh, yeah, even with 3 movies, I don't think you can do all that. So yeah, I'm sure there's stuff I'm missing as context. I just think, though, Saber, her growth is very fascinating, but also her relationship with Shiro out of the other two, I think is good. I think it's really sweet and it's really wholesome. I like it. It's simple, yes, but it gets the job done. At least for me. I can't meet Saber's gaze. Yeah, that's not new. That smile would make anyone lightheaded. I managed to calm myself down and glance sidelong at Saber. She's a force ghost. She calmly reassumes eating her picnic lunch. Nothing to worry about there. There should be nothing to worry about, yet something's bothering me.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
Remember what she told you the other night. She knows about your past. In that smile I saw for the first time, it seemed like she was contradicting herself. Now it's time for Rin. What does Rin know? She says she knows something, and she's studying up on the temple. I listened to Rin. I listened to Rain in Tosca's room. Today, under the pretensions of magecraft lessons, she performed yet another physical examination like yesterday. She gave me more medicine than checked all of my magic circuitries. Yo, she's the fucking drug doctor right now. Call her Heisenberg. It's not that I mind doing this. It's just I don't like the feeling that I'm not doing anything productive. You are doing something productive. You are healing yourself up properly for the battle. She tells me not to move so she can see what happens to me, but that doesn't mean I can talk. Let me see. Let's check out the flowchart. Very straightforward. Interesting. All right, so is there not going to be a lot of decisions for this one?
父さんがちょっといいかな。
I call out to her as I sit in my meditative pose.
いいけど何よ。
セイバーのことなんだけど、なんて言ったらいいかわからないんだが。
I realized I haven't thought this exactly all the way through. I mean, listen, man, you don't really understand women. You don't really understand a lot of people in general. And you really got no one else to talk to, so might as well talk to Rin about it. It's not even a question of what can I do for Saber. I haven't even thought about what I want to do
そ
with her.
のあいつ何がしたいのかなって。考えてみれば、あいつが自分から何かやるって今までなかっただろ。だから、
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだ。ただ、あんまりにも無欲すぎるのがわからない。
I mean, the same can be said for you, my man. You are, like, borderline self-sacrificing over here.
そう、そこがどうするべきなのかわからないんだ。
Yeah, I just don't know what to do about that.
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあんたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。でも、だからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
I completely forgot her reason for even becoming a
そ
servant.
うか。セイバーの目的は聖杯を手に入れることだもんな。
Mhm.
目的がないってわけじゃないんだ。
And that the Holy Grail will grant its possessor a wish, with an asterisk, with a massive asterisk. But yes, it will grant a wish. That means Saber at least has a wish she wants to be granted. I don't know what it is, but she wanted it enough to even become a servant. So it must have been some hope of saving her. Like, for example, she here in this time period, the power of the Holy Grail can help her so she can stay here and live a second life. That would be interesting. That would be cool. I doubt that's going to happen. Even in this route, I doubt we're going to save Saber. I doubt it. Saber and every route has to die. You can't have her live. I wish that was the case. Like, imagine taking her back to England. Oh, that would be so wholesome. Because I also think the Mage Association is in England, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. And she would have to wish for something that big, just to make up for all the suffering and tragedy she had endured.
なんだ、話は簡単じゃないか。
You say it is, my man, but...
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。今の話、そんなに面白かった？
ああ、元気が出た。そうだよな。そうでなくちゃ、あそこまで懸命に戦うもんか。
Sure.
セイバーは何より自分の望みのために戦わなくちゃいけないんだから。
But I do wonder if her perspective has changed. Maybe she wants a wish, but not for herself anymore. And again, she's being selfless. She probably wants it maybe for him. Who knows? I nod to myself. Tosca, on the other hand, seems utterly
エ
bewildered.
ミヤ君、喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。セイバーは自分のためになんか戦わないわ。
Yep.
あなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。
Not anymore,
彼
at
女が
least.
聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
He doesn't want that anymore.
何を根拠に。
Let's call it woman's intuition. Can't even ask that. I know. She met her final moments alone because she didn't have any desires for herself. Again, grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it? Like, it's easier to perceive others' faults that are exactly your own faults, but you can't see it for yourself. It is funny. It is absolutely funny. And Saber and Shiro, go back and forth on that with each other. And they're just so similar, which I think is very poignant and funny at the same time. Saber wouldn't seek her own salvation. But still, I hoped otherwise, even for a brief moment. So I pushed my distorted desire on her. The classic, the tsundere, pose. Our conversation trails off. Just as I think this awkward silence is going to continue for forever.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
Haha, I bet he did.
は
I bet he
あー
did.
ちゃってあのあーちゃん
Yes.
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あんたの望みは何なのかって。そしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
あいつの望みって言われても困る。
Well, she gave you a hint. I never knew a single thing about him. Yeah, not in this route. Not in this route. We didn't really get to Archer. Archer once declared that we were bound to be enemies anyway, so he made no effort to communicate with Saber or me. And yet, he may have been cynical, but he didn't seem that sort to have stupid objectives in mind.
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。望みは何よと聞いたら、
That's a
あい
cute
つっ
new
たら
pose.
こう言ったの。
そうだな。恒久的な世界平和というのはどうだ？
Brother, if that wasn't the biggest hint in the fucking universe for Shiro, good lord. But again, he's kind of dense.
もう、呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Archer, Archer, Archer. You can take Shiro out of the servant, but you can't take... Or I guess... I'm sorry, wait, no, that's wrong. Fuck it. Never mind.
そしたら
I was gonna make a
あいつ
funny point, but never
や
mind.
はり笑われたか。まあ、他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。なんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
Again, like the fucking... If you had never seen Unlimited Blade Works, the hints are definitely there. The hints are definitely there. So it just makes me laugh. I see. He didn't look it, but he was a great, proud knight in his own right.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、恒久的な世界平和なんて最悪の願いよ。
If the Holy Grail really grants any wish, permanent world peace would be the worst one. Yeah, it would definitely be boring.
要するに、それって何もないってことでしょ？争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。
Right, exactly.
物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
On some, like, monkey paw shit. Like, oh, yeah, world peace. You'll get that. Only because humans will no longer exist. It's like, oh, yeah, it should have been more specific. Should have been more specific there. Like, maybe to achieve world peace, like, I don't know. I wish for humans to understand each other's feelings more clearly and strongly. And thus, hopefully that can lead to peace. Like a roadmap, if you will. But, of course, what the Holy Grail actually does and requires is like, oh, well, okay. Well, that's kind of bullshit. Then why do we fucking need you? Which I get. I kind of get it's the point. And you can also say it's the same thing with the selecting stone with... Or the selecting sword in the stone with Arthur's backstory, aka Artoria's backstory, where it's like... It's kind of like a false solution. Where it's like, oh... We think we need this, but in actuality, we don't. We actually need regular human grit and will. Just gather it together, though. Anyway.
ちゃんにも言ったのか？
Let me keep my thing to a minimum. I gotta keep going.
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。
I did, and he said that that's what it was.
私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。まあ、それはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが、聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。 キザでしょ。あいつきっと生前は女ったらしだったに違いないわ。
Oh, hold on. I might have to screenshot that. That's kind of funny. Again, if you just don't know up until this point, oh my god, it goes right over your head. Oh my god, I gotta screenshot that. That's funny. That's funny. That is funny. Pretty pretentious, right? I bet he was quite the womanizer when he was alive. You have no idea.
なんかそんなイメージはなかったけどな。
Of course you
け
wouldn't.
どその話がどうかしたのか、父さんが。
Oh my god, that's so funny.
別にサーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Is that so? Well, I guess it was good for me to know, so at least that's kind of helpful.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
そういえば朝方言ってたな。話したいことがあるとかなんとか。
Temple.
ええ、
excuse me.
大したことじゃないんだけど、少し今更になるんだけど、エミヤ君はアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
Oh, never mind. Let's back up. The story of King Arthur, vast and multiple. The legend of King Arthur. I've been reminded of it more than enough in the past few
人並みには
days.
知ってる。まあ、朝王が女の子だったなんてことは知らなかったが。
Yeah, we're flexing that a little
け
bit.
ど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。
That's what you guys say, but I mean,
別にアー
to
サ
a
ー王が
degree.
女の子だったとしても、伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が周りの人間を騙し通していれば、女性であっても男性として扱われるんだから。
That's the author speaking right there, like plainly, like, yeah, listen, guys, we do what we want. Like, this is our real world explanation, our universe explanation mixed together. But at the same time, over the course of other properties and other servants they've made in this universe, this expanding universe, I feel like they've gotten, like, really, like, okay, but come on now. I don't remember the stories being like, oh, yeah, this leader of this nation had massive fucking mammary glands and had an ass that would not quit. Like, hang on now. I don't think that's the great, leader of this time period. And, whatever. It's like, from how they describe them versus how we're seeing them, love the waifu material, but this don't make sense. Like, no, people would have been definitely saying, oh yeah, damn. Even back then, we have the fucking statue of Venus. We have the cave paintings of brothers doing some maybe back shots. I don't know. Like, those cave paintings are wild. So it's like, no, knowing the human condition of being thirsty, I feel like people would have put into great detail some of these other servants that are like, oh yeah, they're females. Yeah, are they? But then again, but sex doesn't matter because they're spirits. They're made off of legends. Fine, do whatever. Like, at the end of the day, we need material, and we're going to get it one way or another. I got it. It's just kind of like some are easier built upon that than others.
幸い、アーサー王にはマ
All
ー
right,
リっていう
let me
魔術師がついてる
push
し
through.
ね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり、生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
So I actually don't know, like, too much when it comes to Merlin's real story, like, in the Arthurian legends. I know, like, the baseline of it. Is he actually, though, an incubus? Because in this universe, this is what they describe him as. Is that true? I just said I was muscling through, and then I lied. Google, help me. Help me, almighty Google. Merlin half demon. Is that true? Yes. Oh, shit. In some variations of the King Arthur legends, Merlin actually is described as a half demon. Specifically a what? A Kambanin? A Kambanin? I have no idea what that is. Copy. The son of a human mother and a demon father, aka an incubus, specifically. Oh, shit. This demonic heritage can explain magical powers and abilities that are sometimes the struggle with his inherent darkness and immoral sides. Key details about demonic origins for Merlin. Parentage, mother was human, right? Purpose, the demons conceived Merlin as part of a plan to create a being who rivaled the goddess of goddess. I'm thinking fucking Seven Deadly Sins over here. I don't think that was in Sins though. I'm pretty sure she wasn't a demon, but whatever. Goodness of Christ and work to deceive people rather than guide them towards righteousness. So this man was a false Gandalf. He was a false Gandalf. Demons made a false Gandalf to try and like placate people. Of course, DC has a Merlin. Of course they do. Yo, why is Merlin in... Okay, what is this? Who? Trials of Shazam. Oh, shit. Yo, I don't read Shazam. I don't. What the fuck is Merlin going on about? Bud is looking mad menacing over here. God damn. Okay, Merlin. Okay. And of course, yes. Yep. Who? Oh, there's another one. There's another one of you that has a female Merlin? Oh, good lord. All right, well, we're going to save that for later. That's going to be research. That's going to be research. What game is this? Character profile, Merlin the Half Demon, The Lost Sword official. Oh, man. So, yeah, we're going to play this game. Is this a mobile game? Because we can do it. We can play this. All right, I'll stop. So it's not just fate. He is, in fact, half incubus. Okay. That's kind of neat. More stories need to then develop that side of Merlin. Merlin was truly devious, half incubus, actually. So it would have been easier for him to hide King Arthur's sex or prepare a child who shouldn't have been born. Oh, interesting.
そうだろうな。それで？
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。ねえエミヤくん、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知っていて？
There we go.
なんだよ今さら。エクスカリバーって言ったらアーサー王の代名詞だろ。妖精に授かった剣で切れないものはなく箱ぼれもしない。
Lady of the Lake, but I think in some stories she is considered a fairy or a fae. Yeah. Fame for being able to cut through anything with ever dulling.
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
Tosuka looks oddly triumphant.
俺なんかおかしなこと言ったか？
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
Honestly, yeah, he probably would. Merlin, that definitely speaks Merlin.
だからなんでさ。岩に刺さった剣ってのはエクスカリバーじゃないんだよな。あっちの剣は途中で折れてしまって、その後に湖の妖精から譲り受けた剣があって、それがエクスカリバーなんだろ？
Yeah, people get that mixed up a lot, but we went over that earlier in the stream as well.
そうそう。エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね、マーリンはこう問いかけるの。ほうよ。あなたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？
だからなんでさ。
Oh, okay. I moved back by accident.
エクスカリバーをアーサー王。
Sorry.
ほ
Here
う
we
よ。
go.
あなたがお気に召したのは
I even know what I
ど
did
ちら
there,
の
right there.
方ですかな？剣か、それとも鞘ですか？
Oh, wow. We're actually going into the fucking Avalon Chief now. Finally. I was wondering if we're ever going to really touch up on it. It's been mentioned kind of here and there, but it's the main source of the healing ability. Like, she's blessed by other factors, but the main reason why, at least in this universe, why Artoria and then by proxy her master Shiro can heal is because of the sheath. It's more touched up on in Zero, but we haven't really touched up it in the other routes either that much. Here they have mentioned his healing factor a lot. Where is the sheath? Does she have it?
アーサー王はためらいもなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリーは叱責するの。
He scolded the king. Sometimes you need a sheath.
お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく、負傷することもない。
A war of nutrition, you could say. You can outlast your enemies.
鞘なのです。
What the fuck is that reaction? Okay, Ren. Totally skillfully hacks out the parts of King Arthur and Merlin. Yeah, so she's a fucking fangirl of the stories.
気合入ってるな、登坂。それで、お前何が言いたいんだ?
Aw, she didn't like that.
何って
My point!
ここまで聞いてわからない?つまり、アーサー王は不死者なの。エクスカリバーっていうのは攻守ともに無敵の宝具なのよ。
Yeah, kind
だから
of.
本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
In theory. If she had Avalon, which maybe this is what they're gonna get into.
登坂、実際セイバーは傷を負っても治ってるんだが。
But not instantly, it takes time.
それはそうだけど、セイバーの自己回復はセイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか、ともかく伝説のエクスカリバーの鞘とは違う気がするのよ。
なるほど。登坂がそう言うんならそれは正しいんだろう。ならこっちから質問。アーサー王は不死者だって言うけど、それならどうしてアーサー王は死んだんだよ。伝説の最後はアーサー王の死じゃないか。
That's a massive story there. Toza's mouth drops open. After freezing up for a few seconds, she grinds her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
Ah, rookie mistake right there. I've forgotten, but according to the legend, King Arthur's fate was sealed the moment that the king's last, the all-important sheath.
納得いったか、登坂。
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたいならすればいいわ。
She doesn't mean that. I can tell she's ready to kick me in the head the moment I laugh at
納得
her.
いったんならいい。けど、どうしてそんなことを気にしたんだよ。セイバーが傷つかないかどうかなんて、お前には関係ないだろ?
She cares?
うるさいわね。何よ、ちょっとそうだったら無敵だななんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。私だってね、たまには間違えることぐらいあるわよ。
This is a tough one. Would there be any benefit in me pointing out that she makes mistakes a lot? Not just sometimes. No, don't do it. By the time the sun sets, the rain stopped completely. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we're heading to town to look for another master. Oh, right. Oh, shit. So this might get dragged out. All right, let's see where this goes. I should check on something beforehand. I should check Saber's intentions. What is her purpose in fighting?
でも、正面から聞いてもダメだな。
Hmm.
できるだけさりげなく聞き出さないと。
The living room seems a good starting place. I'm going to leverage the peaceful pre-dinner mood to try and get through Saber's stubborn nature. Fair enough.
例えばの話だけど。
All right, be right back. Give me one moment. Just a quick BRB, and then we're gonna again try and push through the rest of this. I think we should be getting close to the end of this day, but again, I don't know how much more, because we want to go out and try and fight masters, so we'll see where that goes. But I'll be right back. Give me one moment, and we'll get back right into the swing of things. All right, we're back. All right, Giorno. There we go. Let's get back into it. All right, we are going to push through and get this day done with.
もし聖杯戦争に勝ち残れたとしたら
That will be it for the
どう
day.
しようか
But let's see how much we got left to do. I'm sure there's still a lot. I'm sure there's still a lot. So we might be going out and fighting. Okay, so we have him asking, so what if, hypothetically, what would we do if we won the Holy Grail War? So much for casual. I thought about it a lot and couldn't come up with anything smooth, so blunt is it is.
Eh?
Right, exactly. Toast like, that's a very big question, a very broad question to ask.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
ん
Funny. All three of them offer more or less the same response, though it's slightly different in expressions.
だから勝った後のことだよ聖杯を手に入れたらどうするかって話
Mm-hmm.
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しよ。あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
Curious to ask. Saber and Leah don't nod, but they do seem to share the opinion on the subject. I guess this was kind of weird to bring up out of nowhere, but I have to play dumb for
まあ
now.
いやただの思いつきだ
Well, I
ほら
just wanted to
残った
ask.
サーバントはあと3人なんだからそういうことを考えてもおかしくないだろ数が減って明白に終わりが見えてきたんだから
Sure, sure.
ふーん。まあ言われてみればそうよね。いくら素人だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
All right.
そうそう一応それぐらいは考える
Glad Suzuka likes the focus on the reason for things. Suzuka will allow for the possibility of anything that seems logical, which is really one of her better qualities. This is just something I brought up to discuss, though.
それで遠坂はどうなんだよもし聖杯が手に入ったらどうするんだ
I try to be natural as possible with
そう
it.
ね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから、聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。
Nothing? Is there really nothing you want from the Holy Grail? I mean, that's a nice idea, but I don't know. Maybe like, hey, what happened to my mom? What happened to Fate Zero, you know? Do you want your dad back? No. Get your sister back.
とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけど、その後のことは考えてなかったな。
I feel like that's maybe a half-truth. So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose, huh? I figured that was the case, but I didn't know for sure until she just said it.
切れた一番ものを考えていそうで実は一番考えてないのよねリンは
言うじゃない。じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。
Well, she said she was doing for her
そんな
gramps.
の知らない聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ
Mm-hmm.
もともと私のものなんだからそんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない
ふーん。要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？
当然よ私は勝つためだけに来たんだもの聖杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ
She just wants to enjoy the thrill of it. Meanwhile, Tosca just doesn't want to lose. So they kind of are the same, but not really. But yeah, two peas in a pod. The two stare at each other in silence. They seem to be coming to some sort of understanding. Here we go. Saber doesn't say anything. She probably doesn't intend to join in the conversation. No matter how much she resists, I still have to
二人の
ask.
目的はなんとなく分かった
I try to turn as naturally as
じゃあ
possible.
セイバーは
She's been quiet this whole time. Saber doesn't reply. Sensing that something is amiss, Tosca and Ilya stop and turn towards Saber. The silence stretches out for maybe a minute. Oh, Lord.
今更語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、私は聖杯を手に入れなくてはなりません。そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
There it is. Saber just said she has a wish of her own.
そうか。で、その望みって何なんだ？
She's not going to tell you. I try to calm my racing heart and keep composed as I asked. Saber doesn't answer. Fine, that's fine. If she can't answer, chances are good it's because her wish is a selfish one. Selfish wish may still not be the happiest answer that you want, my boy. Just letting you know that now. Knowing Saber, she may hesitate to reveal her wish to anyone if she was wishing for something selfish. But I think I'd rather she keep it quiet than make something up. I can feel myself trying to back away from the question I had raised.
何？それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじいさまは言ってたわ。英霊たちは二度目の生を得るために聖杯を
How often is that? Like, because I feel like
そうじゃないの？
I feel like we've seen in this war, like, a lot of the servants are very complex. But does that happen more often than not, I guess? They want to come back? Saber jerks her hand up. If that's what she wanted, there would have been no problem, which means...
いいえ、二度目の生に関心はありません。私の目的は、聖杯を手に入れることのみです。
Here we go. She has a selfish wish, alright.
もともとこの身は、聖杯を手に入れる代償として、サーバントになったのですから。
I figured that much. Someone who took an oath and drew the sacred sword wouldn't seek a second life.
ちょっと待って、聖杯を手に入れることと引き換えにサーバントになった？それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？
はい。この身をサーバントとする交換条件として、私は
That whole process of becoming a servant, like, you know, on their, like, individual level is very interesting. And I feel like it just is so complicated and not fleshed out at the same time that it's like, how do servants actually come into existence? Like, we have the meta answer from our perspective as people, how they're born, but, like, from their perspective, how do they become servants?
じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯を手に入れるために自分からサーバントになったっていうの
Tozuka stares at Saber. She tilts her head and confused.
つまり、セイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて、自分からこの戦いに参加したってこと？
Like, there's a difference, but I guess there is from the implications that they're trying to say. It's like, again, the actual, like, heroic spirit, like, dimensional plane of existence, like, it has a world name for it. I forget what it's called, but it's like, I feel like we need to really dive into that. Like, okay, how does that work?
けど、サーバントである以上、英霊として祀られているんだから、自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。じゃあ、セイバーはサーバントのルールから大きく外れて。もう、ちょっと待ってね。今整理するから。
いいえ、整理するまでもありません。リンが言ったことは正しい。
Like, denying the rules of being a servant, which is kind of insane. It's like, okay, we're really now hyping up Saber.
私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのです。
What does that mean?
完全にサーバントになっていない？
More than just, oh, Shiro doesn't have enough circuitries or magic to feed her. What does that mean? Exactly, what does that mean? Well, first of all, what does it mean to become a servant? Saber just said she agreed to become a servant at the price as she had to pay to obtain the Holy Grail. So, which means...
サーバントっていうのは、まさか、 何かを手に入れた代償として無理やり戦わされてるっていうのか。
Sure, gotta pay a price.
いいえ、それは違います。もともとサーバントというのはこの聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。元は英霊なのですから、サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。
I guess that's kind of what we have Gilgamesh.
サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。
And what would that be?
英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて、人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとか。
I feel like that's not the case with a lot of them. Gilgamesh, I feel like, is not doing that. Or if he is, he's doing it for a very, very selfish desire of his own volition. Yeah. Nasu, I feel like definitely changed up a lot of the lore going forward for servants.
で、
Obviously because of
そういった
FGO.
守護者になるには、生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に何かと取引をしなくてはならない。
By how and with whom?
それが英霊の契約。世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式。交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて使役されてるってわけ。
So she's an incomplete servant, which means an incomplete heroic spirit. Does that mean she's not quantified in real life as a true hero, even though she basically is? In whatever contract she formed, she didn't become a full hero. Is that the case? If that's so, why, I guess? Why would she not be considered in real life a real hero? Which, by the way, we are stretching the term hero to fit a broad category.
死後は使い魔として使役されるのか。じゃあセイバーが英霊になった交換条件が
The Holy Grail, yeah. Which the King Arthur legends do tie into biblical stuff with the Holy Grail itself. They do send various knights to go and retrieve it. And the blood of Christ. Since Saber attained the Holy Grail in her lifetime, the price she has to pay is serving as a heroic spirit as a sort of guardian, even in her death.
それこそおかしい。
Did they ever
セイバーは
achieve
聖
that?
杯が目的だって言った。けどそれはとっくに手に入れてるはずだ。セイバーは聖杯と引き換えに英雄になったんだから。
Wait, when are they saying that she obtained the Holy Grail? In her lore? Because I don't think that's accurate. I don't... Oh, sidetrack again. Hold on. Does King Arthur ever actually get the Holy Grail? I don't think he does. Does King Arthur ever find the Holy Grail? Let's go with that. No, King Arthur did not find the Holy Grail in the Arthurian legends. Instead, his pure-hearted knight, Sir Galahad, which if you know your FGO lore, that's important, and Sir Percival succeed in achieving the quest after Arthur initiated it to heal his ailing kingdom. Sir Galahad and a Knight of the Round Table is often credited with the success in Mallar's Morte d'Arthur, while Percival achieves is it in earlier versions such as Crichton de Troyes. Percival something French. I have no idea. So no, Arthur never does actually get the Holy Grail. That is something that, unfortunately, he never lives to see happen. But in this one, they are implying she did? Somehow? Or are they saying because she made it to the final round of the first Holy Grail War that she participated in, that counts? Even though she never got it to activate. It's like, okay, I guess so. I guess that's the case. I guess we're playing fast and loose here then. So then I guess that explains why Shiro's like, but why would she still be in debt, though? She chose to go back into more debt. Saber said that her goal was to be of the Holy Grail, but she already had attained it, and since she became a hero in exchange for the Holy Grail... So obtaining means activating it, huh? I guess that's the qualification there. You have to activate it, not just, oh, you're the last person standing. No, you have to achieve a wish. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, we're actually changing up the lore. Hold on. I'm gonna save that as well. I'm going to save that as well. So they are changing up the lore of the Arthurian legend for this storyline. So she is claiming that as King Arthur, Tori over here. Hold on. Yes. There we go. She did obtain it before I died. Well, that's contradictory to what the legends say, but okay. If I agree to become a guardian after I died, if I could first obtain the Holy Grail. But in this universe, there's also like true Holy Grails and lesser Grails and the inner vessels of the Grail. It's like, okay. So maybe she got the wrong Grail. She got a lesser Grail. Maybe not the real Holy Grail.
リンの言う通り、人間は英雄になるために世界と契約をし、人間以上の力を授かり、その代償として死後の自分を売り渡します。ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことに、アーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかった。
I didn't need the world's help to become a Chad. Okay. Interesting. She didn't need any help to become a hero. So she is considered a hero. Okay. So Saber became a hero all on her own. Interesting little flex. Right. So you want to become like a superhero? So she wanted to ask something else from the world after King Arthur became a hero. So something different than just being a hero. So that's what most servants ask for, apparently. Quote, to be a hero. Which, again, I think we do umbrella the term hero in this universe's context. But she wanted something else. She wanted something else. Which I think we all know what that is.
私は最後の時にどうしても聖杯が必要になった。聖杯がなければ我慢できなかった。叶えなくてはいけない願いができてしまった。
I required the Holy Grail in my final moments. A wish that must be granted presented itself, so I needed the Holy Grail. Oh, okay. So I think I get where we're going here. Okay.
だから英霊の契約をしたのです。
So when she's on her hill of bodies, she had obtained the Holy Grail already, but she didn't have it in hand in that exact moment. So she wished for the world to not make her a hero because she already was one, but she wanted the Grail to be in her hands. Monkey Paw it will give you the Grail. You have to become a heroic spirit and then get it again. That's some bullshit. See, like, the Holy Grail in the world, though, there's some bullshit, man. They're fucking loop-de-loop loopholes of rules are fucking ass, man. I'm like, okay. All right. So then, if that was the case, if she would have just said her words more clearly, bring me the Grail right now, in hand, would the world have done that? Or does the world need to be kind of very fast and loose with its terms because it needs heroic spirits? I mean, she would have died anyway with debt in hand, so yeah. I don't know. The quote Sekai and the Holy Grail, their existence are very, very interesting, but also fuck their deals. Fuck the deals. Don't take them.
私の手に聖杯が握られるなら、死後は英霊となってあらゆる者のために剣を取ろうと。
In her last moments, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. Now that I understand her feelings, the blood-soaked hill, the swords standing as gravestones, the bodies of so many knights. A lone king who reigned had ended in betrayal. She didn't deserve that end she met. Even if she hadn't had a wish of her own before, she must have thought, I can't die here. This isn't the end I wanted. Again, you're assuming that. Maybe she did want in that moment on the hilltop to be like, not for me again, but for my people. Not necessarily the nation. Though she has mentioned the loss of her kingdom, but more so the people that had to pay all of her prices in one way or another. She was going to use the wish to bring them all back. It's probably what I can guess. And that's why there is no shame in using the power of the Holy Grail to prolong her life. But again, that's not what it is.
そう。つまり死後の自分を売り払ってまで聖杯を手に入れられる手段を取ったのね。
So, if the world can grant people the quote titles of hero, which also means a lot from like an existence standpoint, and also she tried to like barter for the Holy Grail, which I guess she got, but then she immediately died anyway, so she couldn't activate it, and thus she became a heroic spirit. Here's my question. Why couldn't she just ask the world to heal her? If it can do great deeds in order to make people go into debt to become heroic spirits, why don't you just ask the world to heal you, and then you can go get the Holy Grail, do your wish. Let's say you'll still die eventually, although maybe with the Avalon it would be a lot more prolonged, the sheath. But you would die eventually, and you would have to become a servant. But again, the world's like, nah, I want you to become a servant right now. I don't know. Like, I feel like there were ways that you could have just avoided that and still have gotten in debt by the world, but whatever.
けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるでしょ？なら、
はい。私が生きているうちに聖杯探索は成し得なかった。私はアーサー王は最後まで聖杯を手に入れることができなかったのです。
Okay, so they're implying that even in the end, when she had wished for the world to give her the Grail in hand, even though she said she already had it before she died, I even have the little fucking snip right here. I had obtained the Holy Grail before I died. But even though she had found it, I guess, in this storyline with Galahad and Percival, let's say, in the moment that she needed it most, she didn't have it in hand, so she asked the world to give it to her. But as the wish was activated, she probably like died immediately, and thus she couldn't use the Grail or have the Grail. Thus, she goes into debt anyway and has to get it now from this means. I think is what they're trying to get at.
ですが、それでは契約が成り立ちません。
So, okay. So, yes, I couldn't complete my search for the Holy Grail while I was alive. I, King Arthur, could not obtain the Holy Grail even at the very end. So, she died as the world was going to give her her wish. but she died instantly before that happened. Thus, the contract wasn't made. So she actually could have loopholed her way out of this, but obviously she didn't get anything she wanted. So that's where she comes in and be like, hey, world, I'll be a servant. Still, give me a chance for my holy grail. I would have been like, hey, so seeing how I died and got cheated out of my wish, and you want me to become a heroic spirit, I would imagine. Especially seeing how I'm my hero without your help. Yo, give me like 2 wishes. That's what I would be like. Yo, you need to give me like 2 wishes. Now that might mean my debt goes on longer. Like I have to do multiple holy grails. But like, yo, give me 2. Give me 2. That's what I would ask for. That was the contract. But she died instantly as that contract was made. Thus, it was voided. But she still chose to become a servant. Okay, I think I get it.
アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。それじゃああなた。はい。アーサー王と呼ばれていた私は死を迎える一瞬で止まっているはずです。
So she's kind of like an immortal zombie more than a servant.
時間軸から見れば私はとうに滅びているでしょう。
In a weird way, but she can still die. In the traditional sense, she just is prolonged. Even more so now.
アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚され、聖杯を手に入れた後、死ななければならないのです。
So the moment she attains the Grail, aka wins the Holy Grail War, she'll just die. But does it allow her a moment, a reprieve to activate a wish? I guess it has to, because in 0, they did get the Grail, technically speaking, but they didn't activate it fully. So her contract wasn't fulfilled. So so at the bare minimum, she should get a wish. From what this contract is telling us.
時間が止まってるんじゃなくて、時間に止まってる状態か。
You're stuck in time.
あなたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。最終的には聖杯を手に入れて契約を果たすことは決まっているんだから、そうです。いつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私は契約を果たす。だからこそ、英霊になる前から、いずれ英霊化が決定
She has a special hero contract. Why she's like basically any opportunity that she can be spawned in with someone on this side, like using like whatever chance and items to bring her specifically, it's gonna keep happening over and over and over again until she obtains it because she has a special contract. Okay. Okay. Interesting.
それはこの町の聖杯だけではありません。聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば、私はどの戦場にも召喚される。
So, outside of really Japan, like outside of how many, they gave us a specific number, but I feel like that number was wrong. Like, but anyway, there was like a specific number they gave us, like how many Grail Wars there had been. No one just had any artifacts of Saber, but like if people had more artifacts of Saber, aka King Arthur, she would have showed up like guaranteed every single time. She's a guaranteed SSR, like the banner should be. Like, oh, okay.
そしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私の望みを叶えた時こそ、死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。アーサー王は最後の時を迎え、聖杯を手に入れた代償として、こうして英霊となるのでしょう。
So it doesn't matter that Shiro actually had low magical energy magic circuits. Because the fact that he had, or there was any kind of connection to Saber, was enough to bring her here. Because all you need is some little connection, and she's guaranteed to show up. You just need just a little bit. Just a little bit.
今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは 聖杯を手に入れた時だけ。
リンはシローが未熟だから私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから。
So she's in a state of being alive, but not fully. She's literally at death's gate, but constant.
半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。
Wow.
前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
That's interesting. So she was just being emotionless early on just for being emotionless, huh? Wow. Saber's tone is apologetic. She probably feels bad for laying the blame for her not being able to enter spirit form of my ineptitude. I do not care about that, but there's something I need to ask.
未だ死者じゃないってどういうことだ？聖杯を手に入れるまで死なないってのは分かった。
That means you can get pregnant. I'm kidding.
話の流れから言って
I'm sorry.
アー
I'm
サー王の
sorry.
時代からずっと生き続けてるわけじゃないってのも分かる。
So she's not alive nor dead on some a la carte shit. So she can't dream / sleep to revive in a traditional sense because she's not technically alive to do so. But at the same time, she's not dead because she's alive because of the contract, so she doesn't meet certain conditions like other servants do.
けど
Bro!
そうでなかった
Terrible
ら
existence.
今のセイバーは何なんだ？
Who are you right now?
本
Good
体の
question.
分身ってわけでもないんだろう。
No, she is just a true Blue King Arthur. This is technically the true Arthur. This is true Arthur by their universe's standards.
はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは、すべて本体の分身のようなものですが、私はまだその位置に達していません。聖杯を手に入れるまでは、死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。
So this is real Arthur. So all those other Arthurs, fake.
リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後、止まっている場所に戻っているのでしょう。
What the Oh, wow. We got a diagram? Oh, shit. The past, present, future, Battle of Comlin, time axis. What the fuck? Arthur, Battle of Comlin, Arthur dies, Amelie gets summoned again by Shiro, but if Shiro fails, she'll get summoned again. So she's just in a constant state of summoning. Again, as long as someone has any trace of Arthur to summon, I guess, she should guarantee always be appearing. Right, the Throne of Heroes. That's what it's called. The Throne of Heroes. The Throne of Heroes / the world. How do these things actually work? Like, why do they have this authority of governance and abilities to alter the world in such a degree? We really need to dive into that. I'm sure they have in nauseating length, but that's crazy. Hold on. Yeah, I want to get this in proper. So I'm going to save another snippet. We're getting some crazy lore. And then let me boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. Interesting diagram and their way of explaining this. I tried to diagram it all in my head. It's pretty simple once I can visualize it. So, again, we have Arthur after dies. Really, or I guess this is the event of her dying. So she can't reach that point yet. This is in the midst of that. Gets summoned on the brink of death. Summon again. Summon again. And then once she fulfills it, she's going to go back to the moment of her death, and she will die. So yeah, like I said, man, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unless you use the wish to save Arthur, I don't think you can void this contract. Or maybe you can ask it, maybe not to save her, maybe that might not be allowed, but reincarnate her? Maybe? I don't know. King Arthur is stopped in time at the moment before she dies, but that doesn't matter to the wider flow of time. It continues on all the way to the present. There you go. Battle Camelon returns to the original era after being summoned. She jumps to whatever time she is needed, then returns to her own frozen moment in time after she completes her duty. If she manages to obtain the Holy Grail in one of the times that she has visited, she will be swept back in the proper flow of time and die as she does in history as we know. Interesting. So she'll eventually win is the idea. If the Holy Grail is acquired, she'll die, but then she's just gonna go to the Throne of Heroes for real. Why would she go to the Throne of Heroes? If we're believing that you are in debt until you obtained the Holy Grail, and that's something that is believed for most of the heroes, then if she wins, not only she's exceeding as a personal requirement, but also the debt should be cleared. So she shouldn't go to the Throne of Heroes. She shouldn't. Like, most heroes that become heroic spirits are guardian spirits that keep the earth safe, is what they explained. But at the same time, their also purpose is to obtain the Holy Grail and to fight in the Holy Grail War. Well, she's doing that on twofolds. She fulfills her wish, which will then allow her to die properly. But then, in a way, because she's chose to become a servant, even though she didn't have to, if she attains the Grail, she also completes what most servants are summoned to do. So if she dies, she shouldn't go to the Throne of Heroes. She should just stop existing. Like, she cannot be summoned again, and she'll finally be at peace. In theory. In theory, if the logic lines up. I don't know if they're gonna just throw something in like, oh, well, actually, nah, the Throne of Heroes wants her. Like, what the fuck? Again, the Throne of Heroes / the world, the Holy Grail, they're like their own little entities that kind of just like, oh, but we're going to do what we want. It's like, why? Fuck you. No. Anyway. What was this? Arthur Morgan? No. Just, Arthur Pendragon, but in this alternate universe, she's called Alter Pendragon, but I like to call her Artoria. That's how other stuff I called her before, but yeah. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Essentially, yes. What is your name? What is your quest? What is the airspeed velocity of the Unland Swallows? Yes. Good reference there. This is essentially the quest for the Holy Grail in a long roundabout way. Yes, this is. If she manages to obtain the Holy Grail in one of the times she visited, she'll be able to sweep back to the proper flow of time and die. She just does that in history. But, depending on what the Grail can actually achieve, because again, there is an asterisk there, if she could achieve another life, would that cancel out? And then, by doing so, again, she shouldn't go to the Throne of Heroes, but could she, avert that in time for her to live? I don't know. I don't know if she could live. Oh, another chart. Here we go. So we have time axis. A person becomes a hero and then dies. Throne of Heroes removed from the time axis / the cycle of rebirth. Okay, so this is the cycle of rebirth in incarnation. When you become a heroic spirit, you basically are not going to get reincarnated. Makes sense. Makes sense. So she technically, if she attains the Holy Grail, she shouldn't be then allowed to be in the Throne of Heroes. I don't know if she would then get reincarnated naturally, though. But maybe with the Grail, you could make an argument like, hey, can you guarantee to be reincarnated? And that should work. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that's how heroic spirits work. Right. When they die, they transferred back into a sort of nexus where the flow of time is just stopped. And then when there's Grail Wars, they take them from that nexus, and then they shove them back into the time axis. And then when they're summoned, they are taken to that point of time to, and then disappear without ever returning. So they can kind of exist in multiple time spheres at once because they technically are existing beyond time. And also, they've gone into the FGL. They don't always hold their memories, so it's not like every single time when you're an actual servant, you will remember it. But, of course, again, Saber is special, so she avoids those rules. But as far as I know, I don't think other servants are supposed to know. Like, if we summoned Iskander, I don't think he'll remember the last Holy Grail War. I don't think so. I got more. Disappears after summoning. Original is unaffected. Yeah. There's... Oh, excuse me. There's that's probably what it's meant to be. Heroic spirit being doubles. Kind of like a clone made from the original cells. The heroic spirit, which completely retains the ability and memories they had while alive, appears in this world and gains more knowledge. Right, they osmosis. But it's all useless. They have no means to return to their original bodies. Instead, just disappear, and they're just stuck in this cycle. And so no matter how many times or in how many different eras there's summoned, they will never be any inconsistencies in the heroic spirit's memory. Because they're not allowed to keep memories. From the moment the person becomes a heroic spirit, they will never change. Fair. Fair. So yeah, I guess until they get the Grail, they're... When they achieve the Grail, I think that's when they can leave the Throne of Heroes, if they choose to. Because then they can, like they said, most heroes want to become alive again. A second chance at life. They then leave the Throne of Heroes, re-enter the time axis, aka the cycle of reincarnation. Then, if they just want to live out a normal day, or whatever the hell it is, they can die then, and then they don't have to do that, and then they can just be at peace. Like, okay. That's fair. That's totally fair. Even if they obtained new knowledge, they will just disappear once their role is over. Exactly. So, like, let's say again, we could summon back Iskander. The Iskander that we had previously is not going to be the Iskander that we have now. Because it's like they get wiped away and then just made all over again. Yep. So in a sense, Saber is not a complete servant in that regard, right? Because they have their memories, they can learn from each time they're summoned, and they have a specific contract that isn't like other servants. Again, in theory, if she does obtain the Holy Grail, not only, will she then complete her contract and then should die, but once she dies through this means, she shouldn't go to the Throne of Heroes, because that's the end-all, be-all goal anyway for servants. So she'll just die. Hopefully she'll enter the cycle of reincarnation, but it could be like her spirit would be at peace. But I don't know. After each time she's summoned, she will eventually return to her own time. She goes back to that moment where she's about to die on that blood-soaked hill. Wow. So that makes the context of Zero a little bit more interesting. When, like, she has that moment and we see the hilltop. It's like, oh, she's actually going back in time then.
ちょっと待った。
It kind of reminds me of Agatha All Along, the one witch that like is seeing the future so much so that she's going back in time every time she gets to a death experience. It just like makes one big cycle, and she's finally putting together like when she's gonna die, when she's gonna die, when she's gonna die, and then it's like finally getting closer, 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 and then she accepts it. It's like, damn, crazy. That's honestly one of the best things out of that entire show, like how they did future sight and then like accepting your death. That was really good. That was really, really good.
じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？
I didn't think about that. If she does obtain the Holy Grail, which means I assume activating it, it depends on what her wish is. But I guess it should technically, yes, bring her back to the moment she's about to die. So all those years ago, all those centuries ago. And if she's allowed to at least make a wish in that moment before she dies, she can either A, prolong her own life or her own people's life. Knowing Saber, it's probably the latter.
それって過去の改ざんじゃない。時間旅行にしても平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の
You would definitely, yeah, probably make a parallel
で
world.
きるわけがないわ。
Intervening in or intervening in a parallel world is magic. Yeah, that's true magic. I mean, to be fair, all this shit is beyond anything we can do. You can't do something like that. I mean, if she can, you're allowed to. True magic is beyond our control, right?
それを可能とするのが聖杯でしょう。
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. True magic.
そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば、私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約したのです。聖杯を使うことで、アルトリアという人物が消え去ろうとも。
My contract dictates that I will become a servant if I can use the Holy Grail. If I use the Holy Grail. Wait a minute. So she is going to become a servant. That's kind of bullshit. Wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're telling me that even though she'll win the Grail... Hold on. Do I have my snip? No, I don't think it might. Let me see. There we go. So, oh, it's not going to show? No. All right, I don't want to glitch out my goddamn stream. I figured it was going to actually show you guys. Never mind. Okay. So back during the time axis, let me see if I can actually find it then. No, not date. Fate. No. Please. Here we go. This is the best one. Yeah. Okay, so when she attains the Holy Grail, the notion that I was under, because that's the end-all, be-all goal for a servant, unless it's like you have to specifically make the wish to come back to life and go back into the time axis, you will go back into the Throne of Heroes if you do not make a wish to go back here. Like any other wish, even like maybe like reverting time somehow, you will go back here. But her wish is to just get the Holy Grail, which makes this whole fucking loop in the first place. She'll go back in time, make a wish, whatever the wish is, whether it's to save her life or her people's lives. Again, I like to think it's probably going to be the latter, knowing Saber. If it is the latter, she'll then immediately die, and then she'll still become a servant? That's kind of bullshit. Or she'll use it on herself, I doubt, but she'll use it on herself, and then again, she'll still become a servant. She'll still go back here, and then inevitably she'll just have to do this all over again. All over again. That's... again, Saber, I feel like you get set up to lose, man. It's a lose-lose deal no matter what. Either she, like, doesn't win and she has to do the cycle. She does win, and either for her people or herself, she'll still have to go into the cycle and do it all over again. It's like, no, fuck that. Fuck that deal. Oh, man, yeah. See, this is why the Holy Grail and the goddamn Throne of Heroes, they can fuck off. I would never want to become a goddamn servant with these kind of cheeky deals like that. Never. My contract dictates that I will become a servant even if I use the Holy Grail. Even if using the Holy Grail causes the person Alteria to disappear, that is the simple cost of becoming a heroic spirit. So no matter what she's going to wish for, she's going to become a heroic spirit. Damn, man, that's a real shitty deal. That's a really, really shitty deal. So even if she were to extend her life in the time axis, she'll still become a servant. Wow, man. Fuck. So, can she just... I don't know what it would do, especially, again, given the rules of the Holy Grail that they haven't said yet, which I'm like, oh, I can't wait for that to be a shocker. Can she just wish to not become a servant if she wanted to? Like, is that the only way to avoid that fate of becoming a servant for the Throne of Heroes, the world? Like, you have to make a specific wish, because now she's extra fucked. She'll either get extended life, still become a servant, or save her people and still become a servant. So unless she makes a wish that specifically says that she will not become a servant, but then she'll, I guess, die. She'll, like, truly die. Because then, in that moment, I guess maybe becoming a servant would mean she's just gone in general. Like, maybe she can't reincarnate, and that's the only way she won't become a servant. I don't know. Either way, it's not looking good for Saber. Her fate in general is just terrible. Just terrible. Saber is no matter of fact about it. It doesn't sound right, though. Using the Holy Grail to grant a wish is fine, but why would that mean Arteria has to disappear? Yeah, all this is messed up, man. I see the image of the girl dying on that hill alone. I mean, it doesn't matter. She'll become a servant no matter what. But yeah, she won't save herself. No.
なぜそのようなことを言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
Mm-hmm. I can feel my expression tensing up. I thought I knew Saber's wish, but now my head is spinning, and I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Hey, it's a bitter pill, man. And yet, I try to push air from my lungs and get one word out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その責務を果たせなかった。その時に思ったのです。
Well, if both masters and servants get a wish, maybe Cyril will be like, all right, if she has to do that, then I wish that if the people of Camelot are still alive somehow in the timeline that she makes now, they will appreciate her and understand her sacrifice. If the Grail will allow that. Knowing the Grail, no, probably not.
岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
Maybe. That's ridiculous. Why would she think that?
いえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。
It's not, I think, matter of whom. It's a matter of how you went about it. I think that matters. But again, we've talked about that enough.
政権を抜いてしまった時、国を救えなかった私より国を救えたはずのふさわしい王がいたはずです。
But what is save? Remember, we talked about this. Well, Shiro talked about it. There's a difference between helping people, which it sounds like she tried to do most of her life, versus actually saving people. In the end, is what she wanted to achieve.
だからもし聖杯の力で王の選定をやり直すことができるなら、その時に戻ればきっと。
And then so, if I could use the power of the Holy Grail to redo the selection of the king, then perhaps... Okay, so... That would be interesting. So... She's even rewriting more time that way. Choose a different person to become a better king than I for the selection of the sword. So you do that. Saber doesn't become who she was there. She would be a human. And whatever alt history that is. I think we actually do have that in FGO, but another character, another story. Is she saying that her nation wouldn't be destroyed if she was able to go back to that moment? I feel faint. I really am angry at Saber for wishing for such a ridiculous thing. The feeling passes in intensity. I mean, what would you want her, though? She's gonna either wish for someone else to take the spotlight and maybe save her people, feel even more unappreciated, but again, maybe someone could save her nation. That's what she wants. Or, you know, extend her people's lives. She dies anyway. Again, being unappreciated, loses there. Or she extends her life, but her nation's gone, and she'll, from the sounds of it, still become a servant. Saber just doesn't get a lot of happy endings, no matter what. Like, she's set up to just be a very bad situation, no matter what. And it's like, damn, okay. Alright. I probably look like a deer in headlights. It isn't obvious. Saber's wish is not for herself. On top of that, she wishes for her own elimination. She exists because she became a king by drawing on that sacred sword. And to pretend that never had happened, she simply wouldn't exist. Let's say we use the Holy Grail to grant her wish. Altaria would never become the king. She would just live in a timeline where she is just an ordinary knight, an ordinary female. But then, what would happen to the Saber I know? Even if it's only temporary, she's already exists as a heroic spirit. And if her wish is granted, she will continue on, but as being meant for only fighting. Yeah, like, she's doomed no matter what. Unless, again, you can wish in that moment as her master. Like, she makes the wish. Oh, hey, I want to become not King Arthur anymore. Someone else can become King Arthur, let's just say. And in that moment, Shiro's like, okay, bet. I want the people of her timeline to know and appreciate what she's done. So again, she gets some recognition. They'll know, but not know at the same time, I guess. Self-sacrifice. It's a very deadly thing, man. She already paid the price for obtaining the Holy Grail, so Saber, I know, will continue existing. If Altaria never becomes the king... Oof, there we go. She will be cut out from the past and the future. Yeah, how does this work now? Does your timeline remember King Arthur, but will another timeline that doesn't have King Arthur in general will not remember her? Or is it like the two are going to overlap somehow? Even though most people say that's not how time travel actually works. She will always and only ever be the lonely knight dying on that blood-soaked hill. Interesting. I won't allow it. There's no hope of salvation there. Even if she was able to do it all over again, and there really was a better king, and her nation did manage to last longer, and if she was herself saved, it'd all be lies. All right, no regrets. That's what Iskandar said, and what she kind of understood. Even if it made everyone around her happy, I can't let the past 10 years she fought through be a lie.
違う。そんなことはできない。やり直しなんてできないし、しても意味はないんだ。セイバー。
シロ、
He said, no, I ain't gonna let you have what you perceive a happy ending, man. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Damn. Is there still more left in this? What time is it? Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Oh, no. All right, we might... All right, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock. All right, we might have to end soon, unfortunately. I thought we'd be getting a lot farther than this. We did not, but we'll see. We'll see. Do not use the Holy Grail for something like that.
セイバーが戦って手に入れるんだろならセイバーは自分のためにその奇跡を使うべきだ
She should use it to, like, again, not make her a servant for the Throne of Heroes.
ですから私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。私アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
And you did. Fulfilling your duties does not mean you will succeed. How does she not understand?
お前はもう十分すぎるくらいに果たしてるじゃないか。セイバーはあんなにも戦ってきた。裏切られても怖がられても負けなかった。
Letting the bean spill.
だっていうのになんで死んじまった後も。
Saber looks bewildered. Too late to regret what I said. I shouldn't have just blurted out that I've been dreaming of Saber's past. A heavy silence has hanged between us. I can't think of what to say. Even I can tell speaking up will just make things worse right now. But I just cannot keep quiet.
俺、頑張ったやつが報われないのは嫌なんだ。
Well, she could turn that back on you. Do you want to be rewarded, Shiro? It's wrong. It's not fair. I get that it's childish, but I want to believe that humans can find happiness if they work for it.
マスターには負けない。聖杯は必ず手に入れる。だから、セイバーは自分の望みを叶えてくれ。
Is your reward that you are trying to emphasize to her just having her wish become true? Is that much of a reward for yourself? Because if that's the logic you're going to use, Shiro, then you can argue her reward that she wants is to know that she can actually give her people happiness. True happiness. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean that, like, you know, it sucks that she has to be the self-martyr again. I'm just saying it's like, if your happiness, and again, you're getting rewarded for it, is just to make people happy and safe, and then knowing that Saber gets her wish, then it's the same kind of logic. Again, that's the whole point that they're trying to point out, the hypocrisy between both Saber and Shiro, calling each other out, but it's like, you guys are doing the exact same thing. And because Saber has done this multiple times throughout her existence, we know that this kind of mindset just doesn't work. It's idealistic, but it's very corrupt and very stupid. Yep. That's the conclusion I reach. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor do I know if it's something that you should try to obtain. That's another good point. But if it could save Saber even a little, then I'll go out of it. Oh, fuck. I'm going to say, hey, guess what? Enemies are near. An enemy stand user is upon us. Nice. The sound of heavy bells rings out, and the house suddenly goes dark. All right, guys, attack mode. Let's go. The air changes immediately. The lights go out, but Saber and Tosca and I do not say a word, but we try to gauge our surroundings with the other senses. Loud ringing stops, and the living room goes silent, and yet a soft rustling sound ripples through the airs. I nod in silence. It's the same sound as when Lancer broke in. Then that can only mean... Oh boy. The sounds are getting closer, louder. Something is sliding against or across something else. It sounds like a swarm of bugs rushing towards the light. Oh no, never mind. I think I know who this is. Damn, he's active in this one. In Heaven's Field, sure. He's active in this? The only place that sound that doesn't seem to be coming from is the living room. It's not even been a minute since the lights went out, but we are all surrounded on each side.
けどサーバントにしてはこれは
There's just too many of them. Whatever people might say, I don't have some knowledge of mages and magecraft. Even I can sense that there's a lot of magical energy coming from a ton of people or things surrounding the house. 20 at least. But they also seem weirdly light. I don't sense any human will or intelligence. Oh, fuck. It's the fucking bugs, man. It's the bugs. The flapping sounds seem to be coming from enemy puppets.
やっぱり来たんだ。
Yo, get her. Ilya, get
今
them.
まで散々私から逃げ回ってたくせに、バーサーカーがいなくなったら飛んでくるんだもの。ほんと、現金なサーバントね。
Ilya speaks up amid the flapping sounds. Unlike the three of us, is strangely calm.
わかるのか
当然でしょ。私にわからないサーバントなんていないわ。外にいるのはキャスターで、何かいっぱい引き連れてきて。
Oh, never mind. Not who I thought it was. Not the I
竜の
thought.
葉でくくったゴーレムみたい。
Dragon teeth. Oh, right. She does make like little like dragon teeth familiars. I forgot about that. I thought it was Zoken. I was like, damn, Zoken's moving in this one. It's only unlimited blade work. He doesn't move. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. He's just fucking in the corner with his bugs. Like, Soka. Like, okay. All right, man. Illy's so casual about this, and just then the sound stops. I grab the woman's sword in the living room. Saber and Tosca seem to be waiting for me to make a move. Here we go. All right, decision tree. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, baby. I grab the woman's sword in the living room. I leave Caster the Saber and protect the two here. Saber and I will both head out. I like that. I like that. That feels smart. At the end of the day, they should only want to attack us because we're still in the race, not the other two, but it's clear who the enemy is. If Caster is attacking with an entire army, there's only one thing for us to do.
ここにいても始まらない。セイバー、一緒に来てくれ。トサカはイリアを。
なんで？やだ、私リーのお守りなんてお断りよ。
That's funny.
そんなの私だって願い下げよう。けどあんた、シローの言うことなら聞くって言ったでしょ。
True, right?
あいつが言ってるんだから、おとなしく従いなさい。
そんなの知らない。セイバーなんかより私の方が役に立つ。
Are you though? Okay. Zuko grabs Ilya from behind in a full Nelson. Damn. Covers her mouth. You did not have to voice line that. That's impressive that you did, though. Very nice. Ilya uses her voice muffled, continues shouting insults and
分かっ
expletives.
てる。イリアは私が守りきるわ。その間にあなたはキャスターを倒しなさい。
That will be the idea. If not, you'll know.
頼む。けど、できるだけ無理はするなよ。敵を倒すことより逃げることを考えろ。
Yep. Dodge. Tosca nods as to say she does not have to be reminded. I turn my back to Tosca and head towards the veranda.
セイバー、分かっています。シローは私が。
Nice. Saber follows me after nodding to Tosca. Let's move, boys. Oh, yeah, these things. These fuckers. Oh, yeah, I forgot. In that instant, I doubt my own eyes. A sword swings down at me. I stand stunned as the blade descends towards my head. Come on, man. I twist away, parry with my wooden sword. Even I don't believe it. My body reacted the instant I knew it was in mortal peril. The enemy attacks again without missing a beat. A smooth mechanical movement, a fluid, accurate attack, but that's it. It's accurate, but it's not sophisticated. It lacks the brutality of Killing Strike. It seems pathetic next to the strength of Saber's strikes. Pathetic, excuse me. Like it's barely moving in comparison to Berserker's incredible speed. Alright, that's a good sign. Shiro, knock him dead. Back against the wall, I parry again. I step back again against the wall. And then Saber strikes with lightning.
シロ、無事ですか？
見ての通りだ。肝を冷やしたけど、なんとかなった。
なんとかなったではありません。このような時は私の後ろについてこなければダメです。今後は気をつけてください。
Cover the rear, man. Cover the rear. Saber scolds me for being careless. She's right, but I don't want to just stay behind her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか？
ちゃんと聞いてる。それよりセイバー、今のやつは。
The hallway is empty. Whatever hideous thing Saber saved me from was completely annihilated by her attack.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが質は低いですね。
Okay. No automatas here, man.
取り囲まれても問題はありませんが。
There's just a lot of them, and they can come back. Yep. I don't know where they were hiding, but how the hell many did they manage to sneak in? These crudely assembled things scuttle all around us, closing in like spiders. But they're not only presence I sense. Countless others surrounded the house, many times more than I see here. I leap away from the wall. I strike at the bones with my wooden sword. Knock him down. Saber sweeps away the bones, crawling towards my exposed back. The bones move jerkily towards us, attacking at the same unnatural movements. It's not hard to fight them off, but we're destroying more of the house with every strike, and I only have a wooden sword. Even if I use strengthening on it, it's not going to last. As much as I hope I'm wrong, it seems like the bones heading for us are endless. I really hope this isn't going to go on until we both collapse from exhaustion. They're reforming. I can't help but complain as I fight back to back with Saber. There aren't many bones coming at me. Some seem to be coming from inside the house, but most seem to be coming from the yard. Saber is slashing away at the bones coming from the yard. It looks like they're heading towards the living room. Tosca and Ilya are in there, and Saber has her hands full of dealing with the bones heading this way. Saber readies her sword. There may be no need to hide it now. Her golden sword is ready to demonstrate its true power. Yeah, right? Jesus. Why don't you just use your, like, wind force scale shit? Use that. I shout to Saber as I bat away the bones striking at me.
マスターの指示ならば従いますが、これだけの数をまともに相手にするのは面倒です。一掃しなければ、いずれ。
分かってる。要するに、あれは使い魔の類だろう。なら、操り手を叩けば一網打尽。
Take out the source.
そういえば、キャスターの気配は探れるか。
探るまでもありません。キャスターは庭にいます。
Alright, let's go.
気配を隠しもしないということは、私たちを誘っているようですが。
Yep, it is undoubtedly a trap. Remember, you're dealing with you're dealing with a true magic user now. This is going to be a lot harder than it is. They're going to be smart.
私は一向に構わないのですが。では、このままキャスターを。
The yard is just ahead. The caster's just out there. She shouldn't be too difficult to reach. But if we do that, we won't be defending the house. Saber is fighting the bones off now. But as soon as she's outside, the wall holding them all back will be gone. Should I? Oh. Another decision. There's another decision to make. Interesting. I'll leave Castor the Saber. Oh, no. I'm going to believe in Tosca. I'm going to believe in Tosca. I hear glass shattering. The sound of intense fighting coming from the living room.
シロ、指示を。迷っている時間はありません。
I gotta believe. My delaying is making the situation worse.
イリアは遠坂に任せると言ったんだ。
Yep.
では行きましょう。マスター、私の背中を任せます。
Let's go, guys. Come on. She hurries down the hall, moving down Bones as she's mowing down Bones as she goes. The Bone soldiers disappear before getting anywhere near Saber. They're like vanishing snowflakes. Saber scatters so many in her path, it looks like a snowstorm. She said she'd trust her back to me, and she pretty clearly doesn't need me to protect her back. I'm once again reminded how skilled of a swordsman she is. Saber charges through them unwavering. She cuts her way straight to the source of the bones. Her only goal now is to defeat the yet unseen sixth servant that has invaded the house. Saber stops. The soldiers, which had been coming at us in droves, are suddenly all gone. This must be our destination. A distorted human figure looms ahead of us. It wears a robe of some kind, but the robe itself is so dark, it looks more like a hole in the night. Ah, here we go. A dark shadow. As soon as I lay my eyes on the figure, I struck by an indescribable sense of anxiety.
あなたがセイバー。なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒し得るわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょう。
The figure chuckles. It seems the dark figure is the master of the bone creatures, Castor. It's curious. Did I choose right? There's another. Damn! What? How many trees? But there's no master. There's no sight of a master nearby. Maybe she's the same as Lancer, able to move even far from her master.
貴様、契約が切れているのか。
Saber challenges her directly with a question.
彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。だから消えてもらったし。
Cap.
消えてしまったわ。
I call Cap. Cap. I can't see the expression on the robed servant's face, but I can hear the terrible coldness in Castor's voice.
では、貴様は
Oathbreaker. Kingslayer.
とっくに死んだわ。けれど問題はないのよ。
I don't believe that. I think that's a ploy. Knowing Castor from the other timeline, don't believe that.
私たちは魂食いでしょ。
Well, actually, I guess she's not technically lying.
いくらでも溢れている。
Yeah, never mind. I'm remembering her backstory. She's not technically lying.
あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば、心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。
Yeah, I guess so.
貴様も現世の復活を望むのか。どこの英霊かは知らぬが、そのためにかつての誇りを捨てたのか。
Pride.
あら、人間風情に使われるのは、誇りを捨てるとは言わないのかしら。私はそれが我慢ならなかっただけよ。今も昔も、誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側に回っただけ。あなたに非難される言われはないわ。
だろうな。私も貴様の非業になど興味はない。
Saber tilts her body just slightly. She's only about 10 meters from Castor. Saber should be able to close the distance and bring Castor down in a heartbeat.
せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。これでも手加減はしたつもりなのですよ。
貴様と話すことなどない。潔くここで散れ。
Saber is intent on only killing. I'm not about to oppose her in this case. All I smell from Castor is blood. She must be telling the truth about murdering her master. Her raid tonight was clearly intended to kill everyone in the house. So there's no reason for me to stop Saber. Besides, Castor isn't even a threat to Saber. Even I can see Castor's abilities. She is the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat. Yeah. If Saber engages, she can only lose.
ダメだセイバー
Even with all of that in mind, I cannot shake off the sense of anxiety. It's not the same feeling of hopelessness, inevitable death I got whenever we were in Berserker's presence. I do just have some sort of aversion to her, or it's a warning of some kind of danger. Forget about me. Somehow my left hand is aching to warn me that Saber should stay away from that thing. I hesitate too long. Saber lunges herself after the dark shadow. Oh, here we go. Time to cook. Castor smiles. She doesn't look all that disturbed as Saber rushes towards her. Atlas. She mutters. I can't understand what she says, but it sends something beyond words straight into our minds. The world lurches and distorts. The air grows denser around Saber. I hear even feel a tremendous impact. The ground flexes like something massive slammed into Saber from above.
そんな何の動作もなしで魔術を
Actually, I think she mothered something like an incantation. Incantations can be shortened. The simpler the magecraft, the shorter the spell can be made. But this isn't by any means simple magecraft. Not many mages can visualize such a thing in a single breath. Even if it were possible, they need to prepare a catalyst ahead of time like Tosca does. But Castor triggered the magecraft with a murmured word. I've never even heard of anything like that. True blue mage over here, man. If that is... Excuse me. Oh. If that is Castor's magecraft, she is no mere mage. Saber hovers there frozen. Her feet still kick in the midair. She hangs suspended there. The air around seems to have thickened into gelatin. Yo, Saber, do your hurricane shit, man. Unleash. I can't get close. Some sort of invisible barrier holds me back. The murkiness seems confined to Saber, but so long as her feet doesn't touch the ground, she cannot move.
侮ったよねセイバー。あなたの時代の魔術師がどれほどだったかは知らないけど、この指は寝台に生きたもの。
I don't know how your mages fared in your life, but I lived during the age of the gods. Yes, this
こんなマ
idea.
ッセの魔術師たちから見れば、私の技は魔法のそれでしょう。
A ridiculing laugh echoes from the depths of a dark robe. Saber is still suspended, helpless in midair.
なんだ。本当にこの程度ですか？
The sass. I imagine, like, not really, but, like, just imagine that she's, like, forming this pose in midair, like, I don't think so, bitch. She dismisses this as if it was some dull trick. Yo, she had Merlin, man. Don't underestimate Merlin.
そんな、私の魔術すら弾くというのか。
That's right. That's right. Castor steps back after casually nullifying Castor's magecraft. Saber surges towards her at lightning speed. But I... Another decision, huh? You're in range, Saber. It sucks because I do know her thing. No, Saber. Saber raises her sword. She's already close to the caster. I just re-sprint towards Saber, my heart racing. Saber suddenly halts. It's not clear whether Caster did anything. Saber tenses up after sensing something from Caster. Saber twists away to dodge. However, bony arms burst from the ground to grab her legs. Ooh, here we go. Traps, man. Mages in their traps. A sharp blade emerges from the folds of Caster's robe. Yep. Oh, here we go. Shing. Oh, this fucking dumb blade. It's an oddly shaped dagger, thin and brittle, and the blade isn't meant for killing. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Saber regards it in disgust, and Caster strikes, clearly seeing her opportunity. Being grabbed from the ground must have surprised Saber, as Saber is unable to dodge or deflect the falling dagger and simply takes the blow, looking astonished. Damn, so it didn't really matter. My decision tree didn't really matter. Damn. All right. Man, see, you gotta learn to get like some like projectile shit, man. I hear Caster's voice from behind me somewhere. I can't see her expression. The only thing I can do is throw myself in front of Saber and take the blow in her place. Oh, okay. He blocked. Yeah, he made it. He made it in this version. Damn. He actually like fucking aced himself. Just like, nah. No. Not today, bitch. We know what happens to Saber in the other timeline. No. It wasn't graceful. I didn't have the confidence to just step in and take the dagger to the chest. So instead, I tried to shield Saber, hugging her in obscure Caster's target. And so Caster's dagger plunges into my back, tearing through my spine in a moment of unbelievable pain. Well, luckily, this is not meant to kill. I stop myself from crying out in pain and muster my strength to support Saber. I can't hear what she's saying, even as close as she is to my ear. Saber understands before I gather my voice to tell her to jump. I go flying. Saber shakes off the bony hands gripping her legs and carries me with her. Saber's voice is urgent. She lays me gently on the ground, but the pain only grows. It feels like scissors tore open my back and someone poured lead down my spine. Why is it always lead? The pain is unreal. But I'm not exactly losing my mind over it. Hearing Saber practically shouting actually makes me calmer. Come on, man. You should be used to pain at this point. Yeah, just be careful of her tricks. I point in Caster's direction, my head still down. Saber turns towards Caster. Good guess. Saber's voice is harsh and angry. The black shadow clicks her tongue in irritation and raises the strange dagger in her hand. Yeah, it does. Caster's talking low, but she doesn't seem as composed as earlier. Even a powerful mage like Caster can't hurt Saber as long as she's only using Magecraft. Whatever her noble phantasm might be, it can't hurt Saber, even if it surprises her with it.
あとは問題なく倒すはずだ。
I give my orders through gritted teeth.
あら、それでいいの、セイバー。確かにあなたなら私を追い詰められるわ。けど、その間に誰がそこの男を守るのかしらね。言うまでもないでしょうけど、私の魔術が通じないのはあくまであなただけ。あなたがそこの坊やから離れれば、追い詰められた私が何をするか予想がつくのではなくて。
貴様。
Saber's voice rumbles from deep within her chest. The rattle of bones grows louder. I'm kneeling on the ground, and Saber holds her sword, defending me as the bones surround us. I messed up. Even if I manage to save Saber, there's no point in me being left so weak. I can't move properly, so I'm slowing her down. Caster would be a threat to Saber, would be no threat to Saber alone, but with me to worry about, oh damn, should I have gone back? Should I have gone back then? Damn.
セイバー。
マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Saber lowers her sword. I think Caster laughs amid the sound of rattling bones all around us.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。そんな強気な態度に出られると、つい握りつぶしてしまいそうだわ。
Sure, you think you could.
間違えるな。貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、私のマスターの命だけだ。だが、それを潰すというのなら、私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に、我が剣のすべてをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
Yeah, no matter what, you're not leaving. You're not leaving with victory in hand. The air around us goes cold. Saber's words intimidate Caster. I can feel it.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。一人ぐらいます。
初めから私が目的？
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃す手はないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた。それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方に引き入れれば、
They don't count.
ランサー
Assassin.
の敵ではないもの。
残り3人。では、アサシンはすでに倒されたのか？
In the manner of speaking.
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。主も守れないサーバントは消えて当然よ。
It's weird what they do with Assassin in this, but okay. Assassin was defeated. Does that mean the master in Ryoto Temple is gone? I didn't fight them or even know who they were, but no one's less of the master, so that remaining servant are Saber, Caster, and Lancer, who hasn't even shown up since the first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければ、おとなしくその剣を渡しなさい。
Give me your sword.
それこそ無意味な。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと、英霊ならば分かっていよう。
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも怪獣できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。
Oh, here we go.
しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Lord. Medea, damn, you are a waifu material, but like, damn, girl. Comet. We know what you do. Her voice drips with amusement. I feel myself on the verge of passing out, even as my anger boils. I try to shove the pain aside and start to force myself to stand on my numb legs. I'm not going to let Saber get captured because of me. I've decided I'm going to protect Saber, so I'm not letting any of the wounds that bring me down. I grab my wooden sword and start slashing at the bones surrounding us.
いけない、しろ。
Saber voice is very brittle and tense.
自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
Caster mocks me as I struggle. The moon. Bones crack and rattle, and as if to muddle all the sounds. Hello? What the fuck is happening? What the hell just happened? The bones are swept aside in the blink of an eye by a sudden volley of arrows. We all stand dumbfounded. The arrows that rain down on us disappear as if they had been an illusion, but they weren't. The entire horde of bones are now gone.
誰だ。
Caster looks up. Saber must have noticed that earlier. Well before Caster, she started up towards us, the wall in disbelief. Brother, oh my god! The man wants to ore farm!
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
Motherfucking Gilgamesh. So this is how he makes his spear? And he's got the armor! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! The other two, he doesn't have the armor. He's in his fucking streetwear. What the fuck? He's got the armor? He's got the armor and everything? Oh, this motherfucker. Oh, he wants to glaze himself an ore farm. This son of a bitch. I don't understand what I'm seeing. Oh, trust me, man. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. There is a golden figure standing there with the moon behind him. A man clad in golden armor looking down at the yard with a cruel smile. Okay, so this is where the divergent comes from. Divergent, excuse me. Caster raises her voice, instinctively realizing that this is the one who annihilated her troops. He gives no answer. He's not even looking at Caster. His eyes are fixed on one person alone. Saber. Oh, God. He still has this weird little thing for her.
答えなさい。何者かと聞いているのです。
Caster's voice is heavy with emotion. The golden armored man finally looks at her. Just by staring at her, just his gaze is impossibly cold. He doesn't even see Caster as a human. I can tell as far as away as I am, I don't blame Caster for being intimidated. Like some icy hand has a grip on her heart. Since she looked straight into the eyes.
なぜ私の邪魔を。
Caster's voice trembles as she speaks. She must know she's doomed if she doesn't do something. But... of course. I have no reason to address myself to a mongrel. Be gone, clown. Oh my god, he's back again doing his goddamn bullshit. The answers comes as a death sentence. There we go. I hear a loud snap. But the time I realize it's the sound of him clicking his finger, the tragedy had already begun. Damn. Oh, no. Yep. Oh, there it is again. Fucking Gate of Babylon. Okay, so when that was happening earlier, Gate of Babylon. Myriad of weapons appear in the air, shooting towards Caster like bullets from a machine gun. Caster raises her arm. A conceptual shield envelops her. It forms a glassy film in front of Caster. I don't think that's going to do shit. It's likely every bit as durable as Berserker himself. That's bold. But her efforts are probably fruitless, as the barrier is merely glass. Yep. Her crystalline barrier shatters under the deadly rain of so many weapons. She sounds utterly dumbfounded, with not a modicum of concern for Castor, as she is so pitiful, tilts her head in wonder. The weapon tear through her dark robe. They are merciless. Spears tear into her, sending fabric flying, only for yet more of them to plunge into her body. Well, Castor, I guess that's your role for this storyline. So none of that freaky deaky shit that we get in the other stuff. No. Swords cut down her falling form, while arrows sail towards an arm as it is about to hit the ground. An axe chops off a head about to complain of the pain. All of it brings Castor to an untold peak of agony. Oh no, this is not peak. He can't possibly survive. Castor succumbing to an endless hail of so many different weapons is no longer recognizable human. Oh. The wind flows. Her tattered, empty robe floats away. The shredded pieces of it fly skyward in the evening breeze. He minced her into nothing. That's crazy. The torn robe tries valiantly to hold its form, maybe because it's the only thing remaining of Castor. I'm completely speechless. My frozen mind is fixed on this miserable remnants of the robe as they float away. And then... God damn. Oh, Gilgamesh. The man in golden grunts contemptly. I'm not hallucinating. The dark robe twists like coils of a snake, then sprout wings to fly away. Oh, damn, she alive. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. I only see a crack in the night sky itself, like a wave of breaking out of sea. The fault line engulfs the fluttering robe. It's like a person being run over by a steamroller. Oh my God. The robe falls. Castor is beneath it unscathed. And then, this time for real, die. A storm of magical swords rain down on her. God damn. Okay, then. Her screams split the night. More swords fall upon her in response, and her screams grow louder. Damn. Yo, I mean, she does a lot of questionable stuff, don't get me wrong, but, oh man, Medei going through this is, ugh, oh man, not pleasant. Castor must be able to heal herself like Saber. Even all those swords impaling her is still not enough to kill her, but it's hard to watch. Oh man. The torrent of swords do not stop. Each weapon is different, not two alike. But as much as it does not want to admit, each of the weapons is a magical sword or a spear, and is easily a match for Sable's noble phantasm. Yep. Oh, it can be. Yo, voice acting's going crazy. An inexhaustible supply of noble phantasms rain down onto Castor. Seeing the way that she struggles under it, just... Oh, God, he double tapped her. Damn. Okay, then. Damn. Oh, damn. Like that? She goes out like that? Oh, no. And that's the end of Castor. Not really much of what I thought. I thought we'd get maybe a little bit more. Okay, then. She disappeared along with the black mist that was hiding her. The infinite cycle of torture that seemed to drag on forever lasted, in actuality, only 10 seconds. During that time, Saber stood, scowling the Golden Knight.
魔術師風情が騎士王を捕らえるなどと口にするのも大罪よ。あれは王である俺のものだ。王の宝に手を出す輩にはかような串刺しが似合っていいよ。さて、久しいなセーバー。覚えているか？俺が下した決定を。
His tone turns amicable as he addresses Saber. But Saber doesn't know. Doesn't answer him. She only glares all the more intensely at him.
なんだその顔は。未だ覚悟ができていないというのか。あれから10年だぞ。すでに心を決めても良い頃だが。ああ。もっともそれは俺だけの話なのか。
Right. Exactly.
つい先日の
This fucker, it's crazy because he kind of achieved a wish, but not really. But he basically got to come back alive. He basically had to come back alive.
まったく男を待たせるとはたわけた女だ。
What a foolish woman you are, making me wait so long. He laughs heartily. My heart pounds. Partly from the disaster I just witnessed, but beyond that, the way he's looking at Saber is making me nauseous.
まだ雑種が残っていたか。
He glances towards the house, annoyed. I looked and see Tosca and Ilya on the veranda in front of the living room. Oh, fuck.
何あれ
Ilya looks up at the man like she's seen a ghost. She straightens her eyes for a moment, then shakes her head in disbelief.
あなた誰だ
True, she said she knew all the servants.
たわけ。見てわからぬか。この実はお前がよく知る英霊の一人であろう。
Ilya jumps off the veranda and glares at the man as if it's to challenge.
私あなたなんて知らない。私が知らないサーバントなんて。
Yo, lock in. My words do not reach her. Oh, fuck. Ilya, you are not made. You're not made for this, Ilya. Ilya releases a mass of magical energy straight at the man. I heard it rushing through the air. He does nothing. A mirrored shield appears in front of him and reflects Ilya's attack back at her. Of course, of course. She's been so blind and desperate in her attack that now she has no time to react. God damn it, Ilya. Ilya can only stand there as her attack rebounds towards her. Oh, God. Flashbang. Oh, well, of course. Back up.
聞いた。
Tuska steps in and saves her, blocking the attack.
なるほど。今回はまた変わり種だな。
Oh, yeah, true. He didn't see her back then, so.
前回の鉄を踏まぬよう少しは工夫したということか。
Oh, is he referring to Kiritsugu's woman? I think he is. Oh, shit. He looks down at Ilya, scrutinizing her. He looks at Ilya the same way as he would look at Saber, coldly, as though appraising a prized possession.
やだやだやだやだ。私はあなたなんて嫌いなんだ。
She would have her memories. I just realized that is true. Ilya glares at the man while Tuska tries to hold her back.
貴様の事情なぞ知らん。いいから早く開け。そうら。せっかくの5人目なのだからな。
Brother, the way he makes this sound is very off-putting. He says it so simply. I'm not sure why they had any effect on her. Oh, boy. That's it. Nothing else can happen. Tosca and I can only look up at the man. We completely understand he's not looking at us. If either of us so much as speaks up, we'll meet the same fate as Castor. But not Saber. Her silence as she stares up at the Golden Knight is entirely different than ours.
なぜあなたが限界しているのです、アーチャー。
Saber tries to keep her voice under control. Tosuka and I can only gasp in surprise.
聖杯は俺のものだ。自らの持ち物を取りに来て何が悪い？
Bro, you already got a wish! You got a wish already. Inadvertently so, but still. Bud, relax. Well, of course, more.
あなたがそのような英雄ではない。いや、そもそも。
やめておけ。その先を口にしては戦わざるを得なくなるぞ、騎士王よ。いや、もとよりそのつもりであったが、今日がそがれた。再会を祝すにしては、ここはみすぼらしすぎるからな。
He does look good in this, I will say. The art looks really good. And with that, the man in gold turns away. Damn! Like that? Oh, nah. Can't do it here now. I just want to come and flex. I wanted to Aura farm. Gotta leave. He turns his back to us as if to demonstrate that we are no threat.
あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
He disappears. The tension fades and the yard returns to the usual tranquility, but it's only the thing that returns to us how it was. The Emiya house is in shambles and Elia has fainted. Saber, still with her back to us, remains silent. Brothy. I thought this was going to be where it ends. Fuck, we're not done yet. We're not done. You gotta be kidding me. Are we almost done? Oh, I don't think we're done yet. Damn it, man. Oh, man. It's 2 o'clock. No, we're at 4 hours. Okay. All right, we're going to really speed blitz this way through. I set a futon in the living room and lay unconscious Elia on it. She may have fainted, but her face is at peace at least. I feel bad as I feel a hand slap my back.
お前怪我人になんてことしやがるんだ。
うるさい。人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。ほら、右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
冷たいってそれ。
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。はい、次包帯ね。
Thanks for the bedside manner. She wraps the bandages around my right shoulder with surprising skill. It's past 10. After our battle with Castor, Tosuka began treating my wounds as soon as we got back in the living room. Well, she started to, but most of my wounds had already healed, so now she's just fussing over me.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとでたらめな体ね。
No!
それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは、吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。あなた、本当に人間？
That's a good question. I think she said something similar before. I don't think we've ever talked about his healing factor in the other ones. I don't think so, at least.
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。
Yeah.
便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた、首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
Yeah, let's not test that out. Oh, Jesus. Alright, come on. Muscle through. The scary thing here is that Tosuka is serious. One of these days, she might actually try for my neck with an axe.
ね？セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？
Yeah, I think Saber's got a lot on her
原
mind
因
right
は
now.
セイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。
シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？
That would be the idea.
そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたと繋がってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？
I think he got better because of the circuitries. being connected.
今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし、第一私の自然治癒はシローほど強くはあります。
Oh, base without Avalon,
どうした
really?
の？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber stares off into space, apparently not even hearing Tosca.
まさかそんなはずは。
Saber shakes her head and looks down. Tosca and I exchange looks. Saber's acting weird. Actually, I know why. Ever since the Golden Knight appeared, Saber's been pretty down. I mean, yeah.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？あの金ピカ、セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
Saber doesn't answer. She's obviously doesn't want to talk about it. But I still want to know. Tosca asked the question, and I want to answer
セイ
it.
バー、知っているなら教えてくれ。さっきのあいつは何だったんだ？セイバーはあいつのことをアーチャーと言っていただろう。
Yeah, you call them Archer, and that's kind of weird considering.
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。
Except he wasn't summoned, man. He got to live, baby. He got to live 10 years.
サーバント。
He was just hanging around for fucking 10 years, man. It's pretty obvious. That could be a real problem for us.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
I can tell. I only saw him briefly, but it was more than enough to get a sense of what a monster he is.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。そもそも7人以上の召喚は
I mean, they
聖杯だと魔
did
力が持たないわ。
they did say something about like, oh, if you lose your master, a servant can maintain their existence and then can choose another master. But they also did say if a master loses their servant, if they have enough magical energy, I think they actually could summon another one. So it's not impossible, but that's not what's happening here.
サーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人目はどうしたって呼び出す。
Well, then,
待った。
that's also kind of weird, too. They say the servants, like, the Holy Grail can't summon more than 7. But they said, like, in another scenario where it's like, oh, you could summon 2, but they wouldn't have their maximum potential. So, conflicting information right there.
セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
Mm-hmm.
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日、
Mm-hmm.
火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
For a moment, my entire body tenses up again. Yep. PTSD. Saber fought in the Sea of Fire. This is nothing new. I already heard from Kotomine that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail Wars, so it shouldn't be a surprise. But I've been trying not to think about that time.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら
逆にあいつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Yeah, true. And, well, she didn't have Avalon on her, but, like, maybe if she had Avalon at her full power, maybe? Hmm.
セイバーが勝てなかった？
Not that this imperfect Saber hobbled by my weakness, but Saber with nothing holding her back, to an extent, yes. Is that even possible? If you consider her expression in terms of strength as a swordsman, Saber isn't invincible. She's weaker than Berserker, but Saber has her noble phantasm. The other servant, noble phantasm are powerful, but Saber exceeds all of them. It's hard to believe that there could even be a hero in this world that her sacred sword cannot defeat.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
My mind stopped working. My head, right? My mind stopped working. It's not that I agree with Tosca's assessment, but just described what I've been hoping could be possible since yesterday.
ですがそれは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
In theory, sure. Yeah. There's a heavy silence. Yet, why does Tosca look so
父
pleased?
さん、何が嬉しいんだよ、お前。
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたの。あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ？ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。で、その恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。
Roundabout, yes, though. Yes, though.
つまり聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
I like to capture him and question him. Again, easier said than done. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tosca. I don't know what the heck this guy is, but he's a servant and he's remained in the world since the previous war, which means that there's a way for Saber to do the same.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでもあの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
Well, he kind of does, but not really.
シンボルとなる宝具が存在しない？そんなバカな話があるもんか。宝具がないサーバントなんてサーバントじゃないだろ。
He doesn't want to be called that.
さっき。
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんて造作もないでしょ。宝具の形状から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に一つでも見覚えはありましたか？
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tosca thinks hard for a moment. She folds her arms over her chest and frown, then just tilts her head in confusion.
嘘。そんなはず。
どうした父さん？何？
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダインスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tosca looks almost crazed as she almost mutters to herself. She looks like a bit like she's stumbling down a rabbit hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
Nordic. Oh, Nordic magic. Here we go.
おい、父さんが。
Leaving her to her own devices will do more harm than good. If I don't stop her right now, she'll wind up paying the price later, especially me.
父さんか？いいから戻ってこい。
But she's putting together, man.
ああ、もう黙っててよしろ。あんたがチャチャ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
いや、チャチャを入れるつもりはない。あいつの宝具のことだろ。形状だけで言うなら、ダインスレフとハルペ、デュランダルに、バジュラにカラーボルグ。バジュラ。あとゲイボルクもあったか。
ゲイボルク。
なんか中華っぽかったのはさすがにわからないけど、有名どころはそんなものじゃなかったか？
Those are famous ones.
それ合ってる。
And he had more. Oh, way, way more. I don't love the faces that she's making and leaves me feeling even worse. I don't know much, but I just burst out what I left in my own
け
head.
どそれってどういうことよ。そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
ええ、ですから私も彼の正体はわからなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるためアーチャーの正体を絞り込むことはできなかった。
The two look perplexed. Well, with so many noble phantasms, we have no hope in determining who he is. It's like hiding a leaf in the forest.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
Tosuka, obviously annoyed, glares at me, expecting, like, I'm not sure what she's talking, her frustrations out on me,
なんかな
I
いのって
guess.
なんだよ。
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは偶然だけなんだから。
Hmm.
なるほど。お前、俺のことバカにしてるだろ。
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。で、どうなの？
お手上げ。
I raise my hand up in surrender. Tosuka groans.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？
同意見です。
That'll be interesting.
ですが
I agree, however.
いや、あれ偽物じゃないぞ。
How do I figure that out? Besides, the fake noble phantasms wouldn't have harmed Castor.
ふーん。エミヤ君、その根拠は？
だからあれは本物だって。むしろ他のが偽物っぽい。
はい
や、あくまで直感なんだ。うまく説明できないんだけど、ランサーの持ってるゲイボルクはもちろん本物だけど、さっきのやつが使った槍もゲイボルクの本物だと思う。
Her making that face isn't making the explanation any easier. It doesn't help that I have no idea what I know about the situation. I just know all the noble phantasms are real. I can feel it. Oh, seeing how he also got stabbed. Maybe it's because I used projection during our battle against Berserker. After seeing all the noble phantasms, I can tell they're all real. A great weapon is imbued with significant concepts, while imitations something lack. I learned that much when I replicated the Saber sword. In that regard, I think the noble phantasm that the servant had was perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえずあいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど、
Tozuka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点が、セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Oh boy. Oh boy. What does she always have the mischievous look on when it comes to topics like this?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば遠慮することはありませんが。
Oh, trust me, she won't.
そう？なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
He does. I'm not following Tosuka's lead, but I also sneak a glance towards Saber. I don't think Tosuka has it wrong. He seemed obsessed with Saber. Actually, it's beyond obsessed. From the very beginning, he only saw Saber as possession. Yeah, very toxic.
彼が何を考えているかなど私の知るところではありません。ですが前回の戦いの折求婚された覚えはあります。無論剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Propose? You mean that kind of proposal? Yeah. What the heck is that servant thinking?
この場合喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
I guess.
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることです。正直 あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
Nonsense, she calls it.
そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。
Yeah, there are those that just don't know when to give up in the worst case.
セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似
Oh
合いかもよ。
God, don't be feeding the fans, man. Tozuka's being irresponsible, so I'm not sure why she looks so amused. Tozuka looks like she's happy to have a conversation like this with Saber, even though Saber seems disinterested.
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber's responses are at least sincere.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。
Damn, this
安
bitch.
心した？
Crazy.
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思います。
Oh, but doesn't he though?
今の発言はどこかおかしい。
Oh, there's logic. There's a lot of logic right now.
でしょうね。今のは私の出現だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Such an instigator. Tozuka laughs menacingly. Her eyes make it clear that she's laughing at me as so much as Saber. I don't know what's pissing me off, but I get up without a
ち
word.
ょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
Rest,
喉が
please.
渇いたから。ついでだから人数分入れてくる。
I huff and head towards the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm just irritated, so I decided to make a super bitter... Okay. Bro, we're
それじ
still
ゃあ
not
とりあえず部屋
done?
に戻るわ。込み入った話は明
Okay.
日。イ
I
リ
think
ア
we're
が
almost
起きてから
done.
にしましょう。
I think we're almost done. Alright, come on. Muscle through. After teasing Saber for a good while, Tozuka gulps down her bitter tea.
ああ、さっさと寝ちまえ。
I'm trying to,
間違っても戻って
man.
くるなよ。
I'm trying to go sleep. Yo, brother. Because we got a stream tomorrow. Well, it's pushed back a little bit, but we got a JoJo stream tomorrow. We got to finish off part 7. Well, send off part 7. Fuck it. My words are losing me right
はい
now.
はい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know why she's so amused, but Tozuka's mood seems to be good even as she's turned back to... She's really
シロー
enjoying
はどう
this.
するのです。傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
ああ、そのつもりだ。けど、もう少しイリアを見ている。
Oh, God.
問題がないようだったら和室に移して、そしたら寝るよ。
そうですか。それでは、それまで私も付き添います。
And that's where our conversation ends. Tosuka was the one making all the noises, so it's gotten pretty awkward now that it's quiet. Well, it's not that awkward. I'm anxious because there's so many questions rattling around my head and so many things I want to say. Come to think of it, I haven't actually been really able to talk to Saber about the Holy Grail, about her not being dead, about how if she obtains the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for her. There's no need to explain why she still doesn't have a wish for herself.
さっきの話なんだが。
But please, go to sleep. Our eyes meet. Here, hers tells me that she knows what I meant to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to divert what I have to say with her in quiet tone, but I have to talk to
だから
her.
さっきの話だ。遠坂も言っていたけど、聖杯を手に入れれば、サーバントはこっちに残れるんだろ？
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば、元の私に戻るだけです。
Mhm.
それで王の選定をやり直すっていうのか。死にかけた自分を救わずに、初めからやり直すのか。
Yep.
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから、せめて、ふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
And what if the wish says there wasn't, and it was you? She says this like she's talking about a stranger. For some reason, I get really mad.
このバカ！いい加減目を覚ませ！王の責務なんて関係ない。セイバーはこうしてここにいるんだから、あとは自分のやりたいことだけやってればいいんだ。セイバーは強いんだろ？なら、さっさと戦いを終わらせて、聖杯を手に入れて、サーバントなんてやめればいい。願い事があるんなら、 昔に戻ってやり直しなんかするな。自分を変えたいんなら昔じゃなくて今から取り戻す方法を取れってんだ。
That's some helpful advice. Don't change the past self. Change the you that is now. Then return to the past from here. She doesn't answer. She
し
sighs.
つこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
She rejects what I said outright.
それに聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけでもありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。
セイバー、それはどういう。
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日、街が炎に包まれた時、私を裏切ったマスター、エミやキリツグによって。
Oh, he's gonna learn? Damn, wait a minute. Is Unlimited Blade Work the only one he doesn't learn the truth? What the oh, man. Wow. Unlimited Blade Work goes down even more. I feel like this is the perfect place to end this, too. Nani? The edge of my vision goes dark. I nearly fall back and catch myself with both hands.
エミやキリツグだって。
Time said, fuck. Okay, you know what? Damn it. I wanted to get this done. I wanted to get this done, but damn, man. This is a long ass day. God damn. All right, so this tells me then, because I think the other 2 days are going to be as long, if not longer. Yeah, I think they're going to be as long, if not longer. Like, we're, like, right there, but fuck, man. This is taking forever. So, I think what we're going to do is next time, so it'll be next week, we'll kick it off from here. And then we're going to, like, finish this day and get into the next day. Get that done as much as possible. Probably not going to be done that. And then the following stream, again, trying to do the same thing. We'll see if we can get it done, let's say, next week. If we started Monday, let's go into Tuesday. We're going to see if we can try and get it done Tuesday, but we might have to do another fucking Fate stream for Wednesday. So we might actually triple tap it next week. We might just triple tap it. Okay. Yeah. I think we're going to have to end it here. God damn. I can't let this become another 6-hour stream like that. Not this late, at least. If it was earlier in the day, all right, fine. We could do like 6 hours. Not this late. I got stuff I got to do. And I got to prepare for tomorrow's stream. Because we're doing JoJo's. A nice, good send-off. So I got to prepare a couple more stuff. And then just get some fucking rest. So we're going to call it there for the night. I hope you guys have a nice night. Again, I wanted to finish this off, but good lord. Good lord, man. Yeah. So we'll come back. We'll come back and finish this next week. Hopefully speaking, we will be done this next week. We shall see. And then stay tuned for the updates for the poll that will be going on after we're done Fate. We are going to get an actual poll going for our next game series that we're going to handle and do. And, you know, obviously your vote will matter. And we'll have a little bit more variety, too. And stay tuned for our read-throughs and our watch-throughs that we will be adding to the channel. It's going to be good times. I would say more, but I am exhausted. I have to get ready for tomorrow. And then I got to go to sleep. And then we will be back again with another interesting stream tomorrow. I don't know how long that's going to go, so I need to get some rest. So, guys, thank you for showing up today. Thor, much appreciated as always. Please like the stream, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when we go live, especially once we are now finally truly getting close to finishing this game and many other games in the future. Hit the bell notification, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. All right. Yeah, it's, oh my God, it's almost 4.5 hours. I got to go. It is late / super early now for me. I got to get stuff ready for tomorrow. And then I got to hit the hay. So, until tomorrow, which will be our earliest stream for JoJo's. And then until next time for next week for finishing off the Fate series, or the Fate remastered Fate route. I'll see you then. Take care of yourselves. Not only are you getting good sleep, better sleep than me, I hope. Stay hydrated. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. All right. Peace. I will see you guys tomorrow. Later.